Good evening. Let's see. How are you? Tired. I didn't really get to sleep last night, so oh well. um, well, thanks. I've been waiting all day. Um, well, hello. Um, yeah, I didn't really expect to be um, up late last night, and then I do tend to get up pretty early, so I think I slept 2 or 3 hours. So um, I probably shouldn't try to do something like this late at night. I should probably try and do it a little earlier in the day, but oh well, worth a shot. Does anyone want to pop on and chat or have any particular questions or thoughts or anything? Oh, the Holocaust in. Oh, all the Holocaust and refugees settling in. So I'm assuming settling in Palestine. Well, there was a lot of people left over in Europe after the war, tons of survivors, and much of the world didn't want them, or certainly in places that they wanted to go. A lot of countries had migration quotas. The U.S. had migration quotas. We didn't want to, increase the numbers or whatever. So people needed to find places to go, and because an openness to Jews moving there was written into the British mandate in the first place, they figured they could go there, and Britain had rescinded the white paper from 39 that had limited migration, so let survivors move to Palestine there. But it realistically, I mean, it had never been a huge issue with it. It was more a matter of many people had no other place to go, so they ended up going there. Somebody asked what was Alive about yesterday. Well, it was intended to be me turning this thing on and seeing how this works and just testing it, seeing where the buttons are and all that stuff because I'd never done it before. And then see if this little stand I've got for my phone works and everything else. And then some people popped in, started asking some cool questions, and one thing leads to another. If you get me going and talking about something, then it's pretty easy to get me sidetracked. So I think it was going until like from my 9 p.m. until 2:30 a.m. That's when I finally shut it off and went to sleep, or tried to go to sleep anyway. I don't think I managed to fall asleep for a while. So it didn't really have a topic per se. These are more just open Q&A. But if people come on and have a specific topic or an idea, or if I've thought about something that I want to talk about, I'll post about that. The one yesterday bounced all over the place from a bunch of contemporary political issues and Mideast issues, and then into I don't know, a bunch of like ancient history and religion and all over the place. So when let's see, it's hard to see all these questions scrolling on by here. Let's see. I just saw something a minute ago. What is my type of a future? What is my type of a society that can actually work effectively in the future? So that's from David. Is asking about an ideal society. Do you mean in general or related to the Israel-Palestine conflict that a lot of people have been asking about lately? Because they'd be very different questions, I guess, or answers. Let's see. Oh, somebody wants to pop on here with a voice. Let's see.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, it's me that messaged you about the live the other day.
Hello.
Um, So I have just a general question while the live is getting popping. So I'm from Yemen, um, and there's a big Jewish population over there. I was just kind of wondering if you had any knowledge about like the history of um, Jewish people in Yemen and how they got there and things like that.
Um, just a quick sec here. Um, what is work and then um, so on on Yemenite jewelry, then you're wondering about
Yes,
um
like
mainly just the kinds of things that show up in histories of Jews in the Muslim world. So like Stillman's two volume work on the ancient and modern worlds. They both talk a lot about Yemenite Jews, and then there's discussions of Yemenite migrants to Palestine that show up in a lot of histories of Israel and Palestine. And then there's like small references to them in a one short history I have of Yemen itself. So I wouldn't say not much. I don't know of any good specific works on that topic. Just a few
okay,
references here and there.
you see. Mm.
I've sometimes used the community as a fun example of Mizrahi Jewry when I'm lecturing on um, like Jewish history and showing the diversity as people scattered all over the world. Because you get like communities that have blended into different environments and have taken on a lot of the local characteristics and really fit that environment, but are still Jewish. But yeah, I wouldn't say I know a huge amount about the community as a whole.
I see. Yeah, just because there's a big community of them there. When I went back home, I saw a lot. So I just had like wondering, like, I guess the history of that.
Yeah, it's interesting that it's interesting that there still would be a community given how many waves of migration there have been out of there, um, and all the other problems that people have had in the vis-a-vis Jews in the Muslim world since the rise of Israel and all the wars. So that's kind of interesting there. Oh man, that was a thought I just had a second ago. Ugh, no short-term memory, and I'm tired already. Um, I said, went back and you saw a large community. Maybe think of something.
It's especially in the north. Not a lot, but like you see them every so often. It's not a lot, especially in the north of Yemen. Um, but yeah, my mom tells me, she says, because we're Muslim, obviously we're from Yemen, but she tells me that, in the Quran, it tells us that we had a queen named Balqis, or the Queen of Sheba, and she was an idolatress, I guess, and her story with Solomon, um, who is obviously, a Jew. He they basically in our story, in our version of events, is that he calls her to come because she's an idolater, and she goes there and she becomes Muslim, and then I guess the two nations kind of mix together, and so that's where a lot of the, I guess, the Jewish faith comes into Yemen. I guess that's how she explained it, but I'm not sure.
That that is truly fascinating. The Queen of Sheba stories, I mean, they're myths, and they crop up in a number of places. The more famous ones are actually about Ethiopia and don't have anything to do with Yemen. And the time period is way off for anything to do with Islam. I mean, if it's the Queen of Sheba stories are always set around the time of the ancient King Solomon, so Islam wouldn't exist. It wouldn't
Yeah.
exist for
Yeah, that's
oh yeah.
exactly it. No, it's not that we say, it's not that we say it's she was she basically got in our version of events. She was alive during Solomon's time, and she converted to Solomon's religion eventually.
Oh,
And so then there was an intermixing of communities, and
so
that's
like
how, yeah.
so small M Muslim just becoming monotheistic, you mean?
Yeah, so I'm trying to
Wow.
avoid saying Muslim because it's our religion's version of the story. But basically, if we want to go historical, kind of,
Yeah.
it's that there was a queen named Sheba, and then there was Solomon in like Palestine,
Right.
historical Palestine or Judea, and she converted to Solomon's religion, and then there was intermixing of the people, and that's how a lot of the Jewish, I guess, um, diaspora came to Yemen, I guess. I don't know how to
That's
explain it, but that's,
yeah, that's kind of neat. It's actually it's similar to the way the story is used in Ethiopian history to introduce Judaism into to Ethiopia. The biggest problem, of course, with things like that is that it just chronologically Judaism wouldn't even have been monotheistic at the time, so it wouldn't be a recognizably Jewish religion at the time of Solomon. The conversion of Yemen, when you have a king there that converts, and that happens in the um, 6th century, I think. Yeah, I think it's in the 500s. There's a you have a king in Yemen that is kind of shopping around for a religion, and talks to different people and decides to go with Judaism, which really scandalizes the Christian communities because their whole religion is based on a repudiation of Judaism, and that theirs is the new superior version of it. And the Roman Empire was too far away from Yemen to do anything about it, so they reached out to the Christian kingdom in Ethiopia and said, "Can you kick these guys' ass for us?" And Ethiopia invaded Yemen in order to destroy that kingdom, and that would, of course, then prevented the further conversion of the country to Judaism. But there have been a Jewish community in the area already, so there's some people that descend from previous like Jewish communities, but then some converts joining that community, but it never manages to expand because the state is toppled. But that's then, I mean, time wise, based upon when Solomon is supposed to be around, that's like 1,500 years later.
yeah. I see.
The um
Mm,
the the Jewish communities in Arabia do scatter around and slowly work their way down and end up in different places in the across the third, fourth, fifth centuries. So that'd be about, it'd be around the time that Judaism could have naturally gotten all the way down to Yemen anyway. There hadn't been much of a reason to establish Jewish communities in there. They they start spreading much farther, faster after the two largest of the Roman Jewish wars. So most of the Jewish population of Palestine ends up scattering around after that, and ended up in different places. I mean, the people have been migrating out for centuries by that point, but a huge amount of the population leaves, so they end up in all over the place, and you end up with a number of different Jewish tribes in different parts of Arabia. But all the way back in Solomon's time, there's no significant waves of migration out, just much smaller scale stuff.
I see. Someone asked, when did Jewish communities go back to the Arab Peninsula after the initial expulsion in the 7th century?
Um, when did when did Jews go back to the Arabian Peninsula after an
Yeah.
expulsion in the 7th century? Um, I'm not sure when Jews were ever expelled from the peninsula. There were some fights in the during the rise of Islam, but they're against specific tribes and then various bits of raiding. But I don't recall them ever being chased out of the peninsula as a whole at any point. Yeah, at that point, they're still kind of settling around in different parts of it. So I'm not sure I know what that's referring to offhand.
Yeah, if you can clarify your question. Hi, Lisa. How are you?
Hi, I'm doing okay. How are you all?
Let's see, what did I miss back
I'm
here?
good.
Um,
Well, I don't want to distract you from I kind of want to go back to one of David's questions, if that's all
uh,
right. But
yeah, yeah, that's fine. I was just scrolling back a second and looking back to see what some of I missed. Yeah, there was a question before about an idealist society, and I was trying to figure out like um, what was actually meant by that. If that's the David you're thinking of.
yeah, he said
Um,
in general, and so he answered your question. He said he was thinking about it in general. He said, you
oh,
say like anarchy, but would that work as a society?
all right.
And I,
Um, yeah, yeah, that sounds like that could be fun. There's a uh, there's a very short question that's on here. I'll hit before I forget, so I don't have to write it down. Somebody just asked what my ethnic background is. I'm an American mutt. Um, I'm Irish, Polish, Sicilian, Bulgarian, Scots, and then just various small bits scattered around. So there's little bits of I think I'm like 2% Berber, 1% Ashkenazi Jew, but that's Eastern Europeans. Obviously, they'll intermingled a little bit there, and I think there's like 2 or 3% that's somewhere in like the Syria Anatolia area, according to like the 23andMe, but that's probably just migration back and forth with the Balkans. But the major branches of my family, a quarter of my family came out of southern Italy, so Sicily and Campania. A quarter of my family came out of Poland and Eastern Europe, and then a big chunk came out of Ireland, and then there's just small pieces here and there. Like I think I'm somewhere between what is it like I think I'm an eighth Bulgarian or something like that. I don't know. I'm a mutt. It's just typical, you know. And when every branch of my family got here in the 19th century, so we've been in the U.S. for quite a long time. As far as ideal societies, the um, the simple well, there's no really simple answer to that because I honestly don't like the idea of ideal societies. I'm I'm not a utopian. I don't think that there are ideals. I think that no single vision should ever um, dominate. That there should that diversity in forms makes sense to me. That people should be able to experiment and whatnot. For me, what I prefer is like small scale direct democracies that link into different businesses and unions and whatnot, where there's representation for different aspects of society that can all sort of participate actively. And then for larger and larger levels, you just send representatives to interact with that, create like a sort of nested confederations of direct democracies, so that ultimately people always have some direct voice instead of having to count upon somebody having power over them per se. So there's a lot more consensus, I guess, from people. I don't like the idea of things being imposed top down on people where I can avoid that. But again, I'm not really into ideal types. I'm very much a pragmatist, so trying to find ways to make things work. Where anarchy works mostly for me is as a set of principles that I apply everywhere in my own life. So choosing not to be a boss or a landlord, trying not to exploit people, trying to bring in marginalized voices, trying to do things as much as possible when I am involved in organizing anything in more democratic forms. So when, I even bring that into like classrooms and have them like vote on things that I want to like, change around and shift in the schedules and some different assignments or whatever. I like to hear people's voices, to bring them into the conversation as much as I can. But it's really just a matter of anti-hierarchical principles. Anarchy is really just a criticism of hierarchy, not a criticism of order or anything else. So if there's unaccountable forms of power that you have no way of stopping, like, I don't know, cops, like something like you have, they're just there. They do their thing. There's no way I can get a police officer fired or something. They have that power. We've given that authority. So things like that, I tend to dislike on principle, and I would rather see responsible communal organizations replacing them as much as possible. My approach to things like policing would be communal policing, which is what we've used for thousands of years. Modern police really only go back to the 19th century, so it's a very recent development. I don't know if that helps or answers much of anything there, because the question of like ideals is tough. But whether or not something is practical, it obviously is for me, because again, it's a matter of applying the principles wherever you can in your own life. And then if other people appreciate the way that what I'm bringing to that and the kind of rationale for that, and if they start doing that, then you're starting to aim for an overall paradigm shift. People can change the way that they think. I guess a really short tangent to that, if you think back to how we first started organizing more complex societies, during Neolithic settlement, when we started going from hunting and gathering to permanent agriculture, when people started settling and farming, hierarchies in stratified societies naturally evolved out of that, because somebody got a nicer chunk of land than somebody else, so their crops did better, and therefore they had more wealth, which led them to claim more power, and eventually they started like pushing people around. And over again for thousands of years, there were rebellions that destroyed early states. People would try to form a state, the state would try to like create power structures and justify those power structures, and people rebelled and tossed those because that didn't make sense to them. Small communal organizations, or people all working together and cooperating and sharing resources, was the dominant mode for us. But once that paradigm of the state really took hold, it's been very difficult to get rid of too. So it involves shifting the way that we think again. So for me, this is one of the reasons that I don't think revolutionary socialism or revolutionary anarchism make any sense, because people wouldn't be ready for the shift. So for me, it's a matter of getting people to think about things differently, start building mutual aid societies, start building up those communal organizations on their own, changing the way that we think, and then slowly replacing what currently exists because you find a better model.
Can I a little, because I kind of had a question involving this topic.
Yeah,
Um,
sure, I do. I'm
so
through rambling.
I loved what you were talking about. I was at your live last night, and you were talking about how um, the area that the Palestinians were in was never recognized as like a statehood, so it wasn't recognized by the powers that said it. It was a completely different situation than the powerful countries viewed it. So, but there were smaller little communities that worked together, and it worked well. Um, and like in the U.S., a lot of Native Americans and people who follow the Native American path believe similarly that kind of and it is a very idealistic viewpoint, but that kind of the way that we get back to basically being okay and not falling apart as we are is going back to that way of smaller communities that respect the earth and respect each other, and
Mhm.
instead of these huge powers. And that reminded me of what you were saying about Palestinians in history, um, and
That actually
so
ties well to the same topic, if you think about it, because
yeah.
the most of the Amerindian communities that existed in the Americas, or in most of North America, outside of like Mesoamerica and the Andes and whatever, most of them wouldn't fit the definition of a state. So
Hmm.
they're more like tribal confederations. They have a lot of that direct democratic element to them.
Hmm.
So yeah, it's very similar in that way. And they could still have fairly complex societies, but didn't fall into that statist paradigm.
Yeah.
And a lot
And
of the
so
Palestinian communities are organized on a local level, even though there is a giant empire, because the Ottoman Empire is a lot more like, uh, well, for most of our history in the last few thousand years, you have like very large imperial type states, and then places where states don't really exist, just local communities. And for the most part, when an empire takes over an area, they don't go set about completely reorganizing the way people live. The governments generally didn't interact with people. They just taxed you, drafted you for wars, and pretty much left you alone. So Palestinian society continued to maintain a kind of like local, direct organization on its own, in the absence of actual state structures.
and I feel like there's so much hope and wisdom in that. And I own a preschool in Portland, Oregon, so I'm kind of in my own little bubble. It's a progressive preschool, and I do see that the newer generations, I feel like they're less, obviously not all of them, but I feel like they are less, they're more questioning. I feel like there's so much that they get that we weren't even able to, especially with forums like this and, social media. And I get to know people who are Palestinian, and, it's amazing. We get to see so much truth. So I feel like there is a lot of hope in that open mindedness of a lot of the newer generations. I guess I think what a lot of Americans and a lot of British people and a lot of people all over the world are feeling right now is looking at history. How is it even within grasp in our lifetime, or in, you know to get back to that, and when there are revolutions against huge powers, and right now I know
Right.
I speak for a lot of people, it feels so big and people feel so powerless.
Yeah, there's I have a really good thought on that, but my dog Amira is pacing. I think she needs to go out. So if you don't mind, I'm gonna let her out in the yard for a minute. I'll be back in 30 seconds. Yeah.
Just
Bye.
trying to solve the world, but first let the dog go out.
Yeah. Yesterday's conversation was amazing, honestly. He,
Hi, Faisal.
Faithful, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
Let's see. So you asked, how can we, because the challenges are so immense, how can we get to anything like that? How can we start to move away from these big power structures? The I think the first and biggest thing I'd suggest is organizing now, to try and build alternative institutions while all the rest of this shit still exists. So if we're building effective mutual aid societies and communal organizations and whatnot that can take on a lot of those responsibilities. I mean, think of the way. Okay, so use an example that from something that came up a little bit ago. Think about the way policing tends to work. A lot of people are under the misconception that police exist to keep people safe, but it's never really been their job, and for the most part, they can't. They generally react to things. They help to capture and then pass on for prosecution people who have already done something wrong. Community policing is a lot more proactive. It involves networks of people who all live in the community and know each other and can watch out for things and take care of each other and help out. And if you build institutions like that in areas where those exist, then they take on the role that people in their heads ascribe to the police. And then when you have that, people can suddenly realize maybe we didn't need that after all. There's tons of ways that you can see that in other areas. So think about the way co-ops work. The jobs where instead of having an owner and a boss and then employees, the people who all work there don't work for somebody. They all are part owner of the business and share in its profits. Organizing more and more co-ops and transitioning more things to co-ops, getting people more directly invested in where they are instead of thinking, I work for somebody else because I need to pay my bills or whatever, that it's just a job, it would completely change the way that we relate to one another. But it's something that can be built up within the skeleton of the existing system. I think that because, there's so much, a lot of these problems are so big, there's no way to tackle them very quickly or get everything that you would want in the span of a lifetime. But if we're continually building the sort of life that we want, if we're trying to, I don't know, be the change you want to see, then you're at least taking steps along the way. And even if you never get to everything that you always wanted, you're making tons of progress along the way. And that in itself is rewarding. And I think that's where I take a lot of hope for myself, that kind of keeps me going, even though the rest of the world is kind of fucked up.
I
So,
love that. And then I think people see, oh, we can get this from these smaller communities and
Mhm.
start to notice. And then also, people in our younger generations can see this is how you do it. This is how
Yeah,
you
exactly.
build this stuff.
You can, if you can directly see that the organizations that you're building do a better job of taking care of people than the city council and the police and everybody else were doing already, then it starts to change that mental paradigm. And then the idea continues to spread from there, and then everyone takes it to more and more places, and it just keeps building. So gradually, you simply supplant something. I'd like to think at some point, we just be careful, cat. At some point, the state just simply becomes unnecessary because everything that it really does for people has already been replaced. And then it's a choice between, well, do the people who are clinging to it impose it purely by force and start massacring us or not? And most of the time, people aren't going to fall into that kind of question. It's like, this is just an example that came out of some of my lectures in the last week, because we were talking, it's in one of my, in my women in history class, the question of the militancy of the radical suffrage movement came up. And what the militant suffragists did was, instead of trying to impose their vision by force, on society or on the men or whatever, they put themselves at risk. They put themselves in positions where they were forcing the state to either take their demands seriously or shoot them. And eventually people started, it got people thinking, well, I don't want to do it. Why do I want to kill all these women? This doesn't make sense. Maybe we should sit down and listen to what they're saying. And they got the changes that they wanted.
Can I
So
interject
if it's done gradually like that, I don't think that the states would be able to support themselves violently, whereas they always will in a revolutionary context, because it's too rapid a change. The paradigm shift hasn't happened for people. So yeah, they're just going to shoot straight. They're going to shoot back.
Can I
We
jump
kind
in
of
on that?
saw that. in Portland. Do you mind if I say one more thing? Be
Sure.
blessed. I was just going to say exactly what you're talking about. When there were protests in Portland, and when there were also a lot of people coming into Portland that were anti-trans or anti whatever it was,
Mhm.
um, or anti Black Lives Matter, you started to see people arming themselves,
Mhm.
and you started to see groups that were protecting, like actually protecting, not reactive, but
Mhm.
they showed
Right.
up. And honestly, I think a lot of people, not everybody, but a lot of people felt safer
Mhm.
seeing, these other smaller groups that were armed, because we were having the federal police come in and they were really injuring a lot of just protesters. And
Right.
so anyway, that just reminds me of just people taking on these roles,
Yeah, I've seen a lot
and
of.
really
Oh, sorry.
not as a the organization of, like, the Portland Police Bureau, but like people who are saying, oh, there's this need here, people need to be protected now, and we're showing up now, and we are their police, we are their protectors.
Yeah,
And it
I've
was
seen a lot of like armed patrols to protect homeless encampments, for example,
oh,
because the police will just come and clear them out by force. But they, if there are armed guards there, like these civilian patrols, they could still do it, but it's generally not worth the trouble. you know, there's a lot of places like that where you can kind of push back without actually resorting to violence. Simply by being there, by being a presence, it can oftentimes completely change the conversation on things.
yeah, thank you, thanks for your time.
Yeah, no worries. Um,
I, I wanted
well,
to
while
go off.
somebody figures out a next question, I'm going to go let the dog back in. I think she might be done by
Sure.
now.
I wanted to go off what you were just saying, Lisa, with regards to organizing. Um, out of interest, when you say the Portland marches, did you say? I'm not sure if I remember the language that you used. Can you
Yeah,
remember what it was about? What was
so in
the cause behind it?
2020, after George Floyd was um taken out by the police, there were a lot of protests in Portland, Oregon, where I live, my hometown, and um, it was a pretty big thing here. I mean, all over the U.S. it was, but um, there were just helicopters all the time. There were fires. There were people coming in from. There were Proud Boys coming in, like targeting people who had a Black Lives Matter sign on their lawn or whatever. So it was a very contentious time in here.
But in that instance, the police was the opposition. So the people marching were marching against the police because of, I guess, the actions that they felt the police were doing that was um, against civilians, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then Trump sent in federal um, people,
Oh,
and then they used some different
Mm.
weapons on us.
sure. I wanted to go off what Lisa was saying and really ask a question I wanted to ask yesterday about protests and whether or not you feel that, I guess, just some general insight on it. So yesterday I went to the March for Palestine in London. There is, I guess, differing views on the numbers, but I was there, and I definitely think we hit the million yesterday, at least a million yesterday. Um, and it was a peaceful march, but unfortunately it also coincided with Armistice Day. So we had certain politicians trying to rile up English Defence League, who are a fascist movement basically, to get them to come and say, oh, you have to protect Armistice Day, you have to protect our monument, and feeding them those kinds of lines. They did come in small numbers and did try and cause problems, and I think that was quickly quashed. But I guess my question is several parts. One, your thoughts on protests in general, and two, whether or not you think that they are an effective means of, I guess, organizing and standing up to, to governments when you're not feeling you're being heard.
If I think protests are effective,
Mhm.
it varies a lot. There are a lot of different factors that affect whether or not they will be helpful or effective. So the degree of, say, representative government, how much a particular representative government feels that it needs to be beholden to people. So, for example, in societies where moneyed interests tend to rule in regardless of a formal democracy, then no, they will tend to ignore them. So all those like Occupy protests where they accomplished nothing because the government didn't feel any need to care. There has to be something that makes them care. And that can take a number of different forms. If you can, out of a protest movement, turn that street power into political power by organizing a particular electoral coalition that then can show up the ruling parties in a later election, then that will alter things and can get if you have a good showing, then I can get people to say, oh shit, they just took a bunch of seats, we should probably take them seriously or so they don't take more. If you don't have those, and that's definitely the case in places like the US where there's only two parties, and to some degree in like the UK where there's only like, I guess, what, two and a half or two and a quarter, however you want to think of it, because most of the
Less,
parties
yeah,
don't really
two and a
count.
quarter sounds about right.
Yeah, because I mean, okay, so you frequently get like one green, but does that matter? No. So yeah, most of the parties are irrelevant. But here you can't even get in. There's only two that have any possibility of getting into the federal government. So there you need different tactics, and that's where I tend to lean to on well, property damage, like tearing shit up, like really, or even if you don't actually do physical damage, do economic damage by occupying infrastructure or doing sit-ins in businesses, taking over the roads and just shutting traffic down, or full-on general strikes where businesses shut down. If you hurt the economy in some way, the people who basically own our government are going to tell the government, fix this shit because we want to keep making money, and come up with some kind of compromise that works. But if there's no threat to them, if protests are always authorized and stay within certain parameters and don't cause any significant disruptions such that the business community loses nothing from it happening, then they won't have any reason to put any pressure on government. And then you're only putting pressure on government directly. So a protest like what you had in London is only going to work if the government actually gives a fuck what you think. And frankly, yours doesn't. So it won't. It'll matter not. It'll be like we had an unprecedented number of protests in just dozens of countries over the impending Iraq war in 2002 and 2003. Didn't matter at all. No one felt any need to listen to that because there was no threat involved in it that could actually push other power players to do something. And there was no credible political threat out of it. It was just people out there. So if people are assuming that government actually cares what we think, the reality of centuries should tell you that it really doesn't. You have to force them to take you seriously.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I think that so the protest yesterday was held in pretty much the business district, so it did cause a lot of disruption. So outside of the marked route, all of the surrounding areas were just no go. Traffic was at a standstill for a big part of central London. So it started at a, quite a wealthy area, but also an area that is leading to the big shopping district. So that was a no-go area, as well as the Vauxhall Bridge and all of that kind of area. So I think it caused a nuisance at the very least. I hope that there is a rise in consciousness and people are beginning to realize that um, there is something very depraved about our leaders and what they choose to put forward. But I'm wondering whether or not, in a way, there is, because a big part of the campaigning trick for both the US election and the UK election has been about pointing a finger to the other and saying, oh, look, those are the people that made you poor. Those are the people that are invading your country. Now, outside of the thugs that came, I'm wondering if Middle England, or in the case of the US, like some of the I don't know what you call Middle America, are hearing what's happening and seeing that as a moral dilemma.
The I'm not sure I understood the second part there, because you seem to be asking, we're pointing to the impact of things like this and trying to help people to understand just how depraved government is. I mean, and the only thought I really have there is that it's not going, that alone is won't ever change anything. I mean, a lot of people plenty well understand the government is fucked anyway, but they feel powerless. So what has to happen is that people have to be shown that they do have power. There has to be some kind of like a method presented to them and a reason to hope. Without hope and the tools to exploit that hope, it doesn't matter how often you show people that the government is complicit in tons and tons of horrifying crimes. I mean, the people who already care, they know, and they don't feel they can do much about it. And most people just don't care because they've never been presented with any alternative to the completely fucked system, so that they just want to try and find a way to survive somehow. The whole Middle England, Middle America thing, that the most people just need to get by. They're trying to figure out how to keep their head down, keep their head above water in a sense too, in economic terms, make enough money, somehow handle all the stresses, whatever you have to do in terms of self-care, but they don't really have time to think about what the government is really doing because it's more abstract. It has to be made real somehow, and that means giving people a sense of hope in some kind of real alternative.
Can you explain a bit more about what you were saying with regards to voting blocks and how those work? Because that seems like a viable option in terms of organizing the next stage beyond just protesting.
So, I mean, how to deploy this in political terms, in terms of getting
Yes.
people to it depends a lot on the specific circumstances. So there's a lot of things I could say about, say, the politics in Israel would be very different from the politics in the UK, be very different from the politics in France or here. They're all very different systems. So in places where it's relatively easy to form a new party, like in Israel, then I would say form a new party and try to organize around that and try to actually then get into parliament directly. Where forming new parties and building up the support around them is harder, then it's a matter of trying to take over an existing one. And so to use like a US example, that involves getting involved at your local county party level, and then the local individual, like, the clubs that are associated with the two major political parties, because the clubs are directly connected to them, so they have certain bylaws that are part of the party. It gets them certain votes into local elections for representatives of the party itself to replace its leadership. And then that lets you slowly replace the leadership of your different county level parties And when you're doing that kind of shit, then you're able to start sending more state level delegates. Eventually, take control of the outright state party. With control of the state party and getting out of the corrupt people out of there, then you have some control over the kind of candidates that you'll endorse and which ones you'll support. Which means you can throw the support behind the actual reformist candidates and not the one that's sucking the biggest corporate cock. Excuse my language there. It's a process that's worked in quite a few places, and you can see it deployed over and over again in the U.S. But it's difficult to maintain the kind of energy because people seem to have a hard time with. We seem to have lost a lot of basic organizing skills, and part of that is because we've become so balkanized. We're just widely spread out. We don't live packed into cities anymore. There's less social networks that people are connected into because we're all just tied into our own little lives, living in our own little boxes with our own little phones and going off to work. And you don't spend a lot of time around other people. So it's hard to sustain the energy. Which is why, for me, I'd take it back to the initial points I'd made about trying to build local representative institutions and mutual aid societies and some kind of local organizing that starts bringing people together and giving them a sense of hope and camaraderie first, then deploy that in political terms by taking control of the party. And then when you're doing that, then you finally have a voice that can send people in. So, I mean, there are methods for it, but it involves a lot of direct organizing.
Yeah, no, it was interesting watching that happen for nefarious reasons to the Labour Party, because that's exactly how essentially that we have this quarter representation from a party that was traditionally about being the voice of the people and the voice of the working class, and yet now, um, I mean, they've essentially worked through lobbyist techniques to make sure that certain local politicians are completely taken out through fear tactics, through, you know, strangleholding their funding and making sure that they're completely ineffective, to the point
Yep.
now that you have somebody like Keir Starmer, who's the leader of the Labour Party and shows no visible representation of anything that is Labour at all. But yeah, I think those are interesting points. I appreciate your insight on it.
Yeah, I mean, there's really been no actual working class representation in labor at any significant level since the Blairite Revolution, and even there, you can take it back, 3 decades before that. You could already see it like really winding down its actual commitment to true working class politics. In the early 20th century, there was an actual Labor Party, but Labor is more of a liberal party than not, and has been for quite a long time. So it's beholden to moneyed interests, and that makes things very difficult. Somebody asked a question. I happen to see one along there about lobbyists. They're asking about the Zionist lobby, but that's only it has a it's very effective in its lobbying in the U.S., but I think that that's a little bit less to do with um, a particular quantity of cash and more to do with the predisposition a lot of people have toward various forms of Christian Zionism in the U.S. But lobbyists in general, and that would include the Zionist lobby amongst tons of others, are a major problem in the U.S. that allows the moneyed interest to completely control our political process. And that's much more the case here than it is in Europe. There's a lot more controls over money there than there are here, although there's plenty of corruption in a lot of European polities as well. But there's no simple way to get around that, and you won't get around it in the ballot box. It doesn't matter. We will never vote our way to freedom from lobbyists. It really involves the that kind of grassroots work that can seize control of the parties and take them away from the people that have money, and make sure that you are consistently advancing people that won't take the cash at all. And whenever people make those pragmatic arguments, well, if we don't take the money and the Republicans take the money, then we'll just lose. That's a load of shit. I've literally seen people win elections spending $100,000 and people losing it with 3 million. It doesn't make as huge a difference as you think if you have the organizing ability. And the simple fact is, in the U.S., we have tended to lean heavily on money and, robocalls, mass mailers, all kinds of like big splashy shit instead of the actual hard work of having conversations and building community organizing and going door to door and all the rest. The classic retail politics. If we kind of got back to that and really got enough people in, then you could get rid of the moneyed interest. But the only way to get that money out is through the laws. I mean, and there's no way in hell the people in there are going to pass those laws. If you got a lot of people in that didn't take that money and were in favor of changing those laws, then a lot of the people that were still in would join those. They would see the writing on the wall, and they'd be like, "I don't want to lose my job. I guess I'm going to join this side." And it would accelerate. It would snowball toward the point where you could actually pass a constitutional amendment. But even there, focusing, for example, entirely on the federal government is a fool's errand. That's why I'm saying start at the community organizing level, take control of like county parties, use that to take control of state parties, and then seize control of state houses, and then the federal government. Because there's no way you're going to get a constitutional amendment that can take big money out of politics without control of enough of the state houses to actually pass it, because the states have to ratify constitutional amendments. That's why we couldn't even ratify an amendment saying men and women were legally equal in this country. It didn't pass because not enough states would took it up to pass it in time. If you control enough of the states, then you can get something like that done. So it has to follow the right trajectory. And oftentimes people want to jump straight in, like, let's run for president, let's run for the Senate. They want to go for the big offices there, and that doesn't help. I don't care how many so-called squad members you get in there. Shit's not going to change in Washington, because the infrastructure below them does not exist to put enough pressure on the overall system to keep pushing it in that direction. They just become, are like Rashidas, are just like scattered voices, like shouting into the wind. They're useful in a kind of like media sense. They can give people a sense of hope, but in many ways it's a false hope, because it's not really built on a sustainable path to change. We need to get back to the small. This is how the Republicans seized control where they are. They laid out a strategy in the 50s, and they followed it assiduously and slowly gained control of school boards and city councils and county supervisors and worked their way up. Democrats used to control, 3/4 of state houses, and we're down to like a third of them. I mean, the Republicans just have been sweeping that area for a long time, and it's that strength at the local level that makes them competitive in federal elections. Otherwise, they wouldn't be. I mean, Democrats controlled the House of Representatives for almost 40 years straight, until the Republicans had seized control of so many of the lower levels that they could change the rules and sweep into power in Washington. And it's been back and forth ever since. If Democrats actually learned to organize the way that Republicans had initially, you go back to the revolutionary movements that they started doing in the 50s, and start taking control of all these lower levels and work your way up and build those coalitions, then exactly the same thing could happen. But they seem resolutely opposed to doing so. All they want to do is take in that corporate cash and, keep facilitating the rightward drift. So it's very depressing. But there's obvious ways to do it. People just keep refusing the lessons of history that show how this stuff works and how it has happened and what could be done to do it again. And instead they just keep pissing in the wind.
Yeah, I hear you. Thank you for that.
Okay, wait, I know I'm not going to be able to stay on as late as I did last night. I wanted to see if you could go
I won't either.
into. You won't either, yeah. But it was great. I loved that conversation. It was worth it. It definitely was worth being up that late. So I wanted to ask you about the intermingling and complex issues with Iran, like we spoke about, if we could get into that.
Okay, so I remember Iran came up, but honestly, give that My long-term memory is great. My short-term memory is not so great. I often that's why I scribble notes down. I don't remember what specifically came up about it. I just remember Iran came up. So
Yeah,
do you
I
remember
guess like
what it
we were
was?
going to go a little bit into the history, but also like if they were to get involved in all of this, you were saying that there's a lot of details and it's pretty complex. Um, so we would get into it tonight of what would happen
In
if
terms
they
of
got
like,
involved in.
if there's greater involvement in the Israel-Palestine issue, or about our relation, our involvement with them.
No, this,
I think
yeah, the Israel Palestine issue.
okay, cool. Because I think there was some question that came up about the complexity of our relationship with them too. I think that I said
Yes,
something about how
between
we
America
basically have
and Iran.
started just
Yeah.
kind of made them an enemy when they weren't before. Um, their their involvement in the Israel-Palestine issue honestly has very little to do with that issue itself. It's they've not participated in any of the previous armed conflicts. They had the same basic position as most of the Muslim world, i.e., no direct recognition of Israel, but no actual conflict with it either. It's basically like deferred diplomatic relations until the issue with the Palestinians is sorted out. The reason they've gotten steadily more antagonistic vocally and have been willing to throw cash to different militant groups is largely as a way to push back against the influence of U.S. foreign policy in the area, because we are such an overwhelmingly overwhelming force on the side of the Israeli government that they're trying to play a balancing role there, and they also use it as a way to increase their standing in Middle Eastern politics, because they're in competition with the Saudis and the Egyptians for influence in the region. As the three most significant powers, the three most significant players in the area. The Saudis historically hadn't been significant at all. But when Egypt kind of ran out of steam after all the series of Arab-Israeli wars and pulling out, then when they pulled out of Yemen and they just kind of gave up their position of leadership, at the same time that the Saudis were getting super rich. So even though the population's much smaller, they kind of stepped into that vacuum. And the fact that Saudi and Iran take different positions on so many different cultural issues, it sort of puts them into a kind of antagonistic mode that they can exploit. But it's largely a matter of they both want to be the big dog in the area. They're kind of competing there. And the U.S. also is closely tied to the Gulf monarchies. So that means that Iran has to be antagonistic. So Iran is going to support anybody that is basically opposed to those Gulf Arab monarchies that we support, and the Israelis fall into the same camp there as well. So it really, all of it is tied into the long history that we have, that the U.S. and Iran has, and all the rest of this, it's basically ways of them playing that out, of trying to maneuver for advantage in the area to improve their standing. Does that make sense to start, I guess?
Yeah, kind of. I guess so the threats that they've made to the United States, that is the sole reason, or is there, it seemed like there was more there.
Who's made to the U.S.?
Iran about us, if we step in, they're gonna step in and we won't be spared.
Yeah, that's it's a bunch of chest thumping stuff. They can't get involved directly because they know we've got two carrier groups in the area. And they get crushed and they know it. It's a matter of trying for a kind of brinksmanship. You're pushing back and trying to make it costly. If you can make it seem like it'll hurt. And the Iranians do have missiles that are capable of sinking our ships. I mean, we could probably shoot most of them down. We have really good systems for that. But if they fire off enough, they may get lucky and take out some really expensive equipment. And if that happens, um, it's really going to be problematic for us. So they're trying to make it like seem too painful for us to get involved. And realistically, I don't think that we would. Our carrier groups are in the area to serve a similar purpose, to kind of deter anybody else from actually joining the fight and trying to defend Gaza from the Israelis. Because our presence there would make it costly for anybody else to intervene. But the larger issue is just the long term fight back and forth. I mean, if you go back into like the 40s, the Iranians freaking loved us. And there were American advisors on the ground, and they were, they trusted us because we didn't have the long history as an imperial power in the area. Like it was, a way of kind of getting away from dealing with the European powers. But when we stepped in and overthrew their government because the Brits couldn't do it themselves, we set up a really nasty situation, because after that, we then supported a 25-year dictatorship that was torturing people. And as soon as they managed to say, hey, we don't want this government, we want to make a different government, we've made it our mission politically to be their enemy, to block every possible thing that they've done ever since. There's a kind of resentment for overthrowing our pet dictator that honestly, it doesn't even make rational sense to people in the State Department. It's a matter of inertia. Once you've got those existing patterns, it's very difficult to break them. It takes a lot of courage to change course once you've established a certain relationship between two governments. So we're kind of just trapped going back and forth in this constant antagonistic dance, and all the rest of this shit, whether you're talking about their support for different militant groups, whether you're talking about our complex history in fighting in Iraq and Syria, where a ton of the fighting against the different terror groups in those areas was actually done by Iranians, but we kept trying to take credit for it. And, there's all this weird back and forth shit there. The situation in Yemen with the Houthis, the Israel-Palestine conflict, the tensions with the Saudis and the Gulf Arab states, the Bahraini revolution in 2011. There's a ton of what seem to people to be totally discrete issues that all are actually interconnected because of the way that Tehran and Washington view each other and their relationship to one another. And everything just sort of like gets filtered through it.
I just
Okay,
want
and
to,
don't we? Yeah, go ahead.
Rochelle. Hi, Professor. I enjoyed your live last night. I'm sorry, Rochelle, you finished?
Yeah,
Rochelle,
I'm
you
done. You
finished?
go ahead. Yeah, I'm
Well, I
done.
just
Go
wanted
ahead.
to add to his point. I think that Iran does have leverage. And I kind of read between the lines, especially when Obama gave back $180 billion. I mean, that's something we didn't do since 1979. And, previously we had Mossadegh, then they put the Shah in, then the Shah wanted to nationalize, then he got out of power. They brought in whatever his name is, the Sheikh from France. My question to you is, you don't think, I forget the title, the religious title for
Ayatollah.
the Ayatollah, right? When they brought him
Yeah.
from France. So I get that it's a chess game, but I'm not even worried about the missiles reaching the ships. Do you not think that the U.S. military thinks that they do have leverage, especially with the party you just mentioned, as far as the Houthis, Iran itself being 36 kilometers away from every oil and gas station on the Hormuz, and that alone gives them enough leverage to change things on the ground as far as a regional war, and that's why they're backing off, more or less.
This is why we haven't gone to a much more significant fight there, because so much of the oil and gas flowing out of there is the European and Japanese economies depend upon them. The Chinese economy also. So if they get choked there, then it throws the entire global economy into a tailspin, which then directly affects us. So there is a constant sort of brinksmanship there, but no one really wants a significant conflict because of the risks, because of what would be involved. It's similar to the long-term chess game that the US and the Soviets played, and now the US and Russia, because the Russians know they can't win a conventional war against the US, but the US isn't motivated to fight a war, even though it could easily win one because of the massive economic cost, and that would massively hurt us. We are a much larger economy. We don't want that kind of devastation. It's a
Exactly.
similar calculation that they have to make there. So, yeah, it's always going to be a matter of like pushing as far as you think you can get away with it, and then finding a way to back down or de-escalate before it actually turns into something big.
And that's
And
happened. Yeah.
yeah, and Iran, I mean, Iran really is. It's in economic terms, it's no longer a peripheral state. It's a semi-peripheral state. It has a significantly developed economy. It has a freaking space program. I mean, it can do serious damage to us if there was a fight. It can't win one any more than the Soviets could have won a war against the U.S. Neither
But,
of them ever could have competed directly,
but
but
Professor,
they can do a lot of damage to the global economy and to us in any kind of significant fight.
that's
So no one really wants it.
That's my point, Professor. What I'm saying is, if they do strike, God forbid, they struck the entire Hormuz, the entire Gulf OPEC states, wouldn't that automatically empower Russia with its gas and petroleum, which is our number one enemy in the first place? So economically, it would be a catastrophe for the West and Europe.
It'd be disastrous for the Russians as well, though. It wouldn't help them at all. Anything, our economies are too interconnected at this point. If there's any kind of significant global conflict and disruptions in trade, then the Russians can't export their shit, and they're a petrostate. They're as dependent upon petrochemicals as the Saudis are. Without their exports, the Russian economy collapses completely. So it's a fight there doesn't actually advantage Russia either.
So
It can
you
seem
don't think
advantageous, so
that
they can exploit that.
you don't think that Russia or the US are going to directly step in?
I don't think either of them want to. I think that both of them have massive reasons not to do so, but they don't want to. You never want to say that. Again, geopolitics is it's the whole 5D chess shit. You're trying to like disguise all of your actual moves and then give different reasons, give different arguments. So everyone wants to look like they're willing to step in, like they're willing to do these things. Iran has to kind of like maintain some of its credibility because of the increasing role that it wants to play in the area. So it has to like beat its chest a bit. And we have to send aircraft carriers into the area. So we're wasting countless billions of dollars in this shit so we can beat our chests, but ultimately, I don't think anyone wants to get involved in a bigger fight. I mean, during the fighting in Syria, we actually the U.S. actually killed a shitload of Russians, and there's no way Russia was going to retaliate for that because of the cost, and they know what those costs would be. So everyone just has to find a way to kind of like, well, oh, that was an accident or regrettable, or that was just this militia. It wasn't really us. You come up with a way to bullshit yourself on it. And we never push it far enough to where it's unambiguous. Like we weren't going to like carpet bomb a Russian base because that'd be a step too far and they wouldn't be able to back down without it and still save face. So it would lead to a war that neither of us actually want. Everyone's always trying to take steps that make them look strong without actually causing the damage.
You have two questions in the comments. One person said, what about Pakistan? And another person said, wouldn't Russia and Iran team up?
They do have a lot of common interests, but it still wouldn't matter. I mean, the Russian economy is a small fraction of the size of the U.S. economy, and neither of them have the ability to project much force far beyond their borders. So it really wouldn't matter. It's sort of like, sure, what if like Belgium and Denmark team up to go up against somebody? Sure, they could, but can Belgium and Denmark invade Australia successfully? No. I mean, you still have limitations based upon your own economy, your own capabilities, what you can do, how well your economy can sustain a long-term conflict. Neither of them could sustain a long-term conflict. So if war is forced, if somebody miscalculates, and that's always the big danger in this kind of global brinksmanship shit, is that somebody miscalculates and takes it a step too far. Um, there's actually some fun examples of that in the history of the Israel-Palestine conflict too, where things got way out of hand from what people actually intended. But yeah, so the possibility of a wider war, if it happens, then you could see team ups like that happen. It still wouldn't change the outcomes, other than to say that the global devastation is still going to be horrific. You know, the economic consequences for all of us are still going to be horrific. You said there's a question about Pakistan. What about it? Like, what about Pakistan? I'm not sure what that means.
I think it was more a question of can Pakistan pose a threat? But there's an additional question about BRICS and whether or not that can have an impact.
BRICS, like the economic club.
Correct. Yes.
Only in the sense of trying to put pressure to prevent things in the long run, especially since the BRICS club has been expanding itself. It does present the possibility of a counterweight to the long-term economic hegemony of the U.S. and our European satellite. I have to be rude about that, because we militarily dominate Europe. So its economic heft doesn't count for as much as it used to. So they're pretty much a large block together. And but there still are certain limitations on what you can do with that. It gives you increased potential to deploy soft power economically, but that still is difficult because there are only so many significant economic weapons you can use that don't end up backfiring and hurting you. Throwing up protectionist barriers and whatnot in our current environment tends to make things worse for the country trying it, rather than actually hurting the one that you're trying to target. There aren't as many useful techniques. A lot of the kind of things you could do previously with large blocks of powers in the world simply don't work anymore. Neoliberalism has kind of fucked us in that way. The corporations ultimately call more of the shots. They control more of the economy than the states do. So governments are kind of constrained with what they can actually pull off without hurting themselves, because they depend upon those international capital flows and all the tools and resources that come through the corporate system. So it's interesting as a potential counterweight, as a voice, but it doesn't have a lot of it doesn't have much ability to exert real force in the world yet. At least
I think
certainly not that can counter, like, Security Council vetoes and all the rest of that shit.
Hey, can we get Faisal up here, Liam?
Yeah, he was in and then bounced out. I thought he didn't want to be in.
Yeah,
it might be
he
his
just wants back,
connection.
I think. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. I think the general understanding for most people is that BRICS presents an economic threat to the US dollar.
We crap. There's
I think you can bring up to 8 people. Can't he bring up
crap.
8 people?
Yes.
I think we have to have it.
So you can bring him up and it will just expand.
Yeah, we won't go beyond that right now.
So I have a question. And I'm sure I could look this up, but maybe you could give some alternatives. At what point or is it even possible for there to be consequences to breaking international law? Since it's gone on for so long and it's been broken for so long, when are the consequences actually imposed, or are they?
Consequences are only ever imposed if it is in the interests of the great powers to do so. International law doesn't actually exist. It's just a convention. We like to pretend it exists, but it has no actual weight. I mean, we literally outlawed war in the 1920s with the Kellogg-Briand Pact. Obviously, that has stopped nothing at all. I mean, none of these kind of treaties have any enforcement mechanism that can really make them work. And then the UN is hobbled by the veto structure and the fact that the Security Council is the only thing that can issue binding rules. And even there, we ignore binding resolutions all the freaking time. I mean, the embassy move from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem that Trump did is literally illegal under U.S. law, but he did it anyway. he broke our laws and international law.
Absolutely.
Because there's a binding Security Council resolution that barred him from doing that, and he did it anyway. There are never consequences that can be applied to the great powers, only to the weaker powers that lose out.
Yeah,
Wow.
I saw a video that said Netanyahu would only be tried in criminal court if he actually loses against a homeless group. So
What? You have to lose to be tried?
Well, yeah, you definitely have to lose something in order to be tried at all. I mean, you can try somebody in absentia, but there would be no consequences, so it wouldn't matter. And even there, they usually don't do things like that. There's been attempts at it before, but then it becomes very problematic because if you try to start prosecuting somebody, all you can do is like, well, it stops them from traveling to certain areas, but that's pretty much it. You can't actually remove anybody.
It's just crazy because, like, within, people, within a country, you murder someone, you go to jail, and it just makes you think, like, if you're breaking international laws, how come the consequences can't be imposed? It's just
it's the sad thing is we like to use the term, but it international law doesn't actually exist. There's no such thing because there's no way to enforce it, so it's not actually law. They're just
so it is just a suggestion.
Exactly, because what gives you the ability to enforce it is always rules at the state level, and that's why I try to use the Trump example there with the embassy, because Security Council resolutions are binding on member states. There's a Security Council resolution from the 70s that says that no international missions can be present in Jerusalem. We agreed to that. It's not vetoed. It was accepted and it's binding. The treaty clause in the U.S. Constitution makes all foreign treaties and their details binding U.S. law. So that Security Council ideal is binding U.S. law. We ignored it. And there's no accountability because only U.S. law can be used to apply that, which means somebody would have had to prosecute it here. It would have to go to the Supreme Court or an impeachment or something, and no one's going to do that. So if the U.S. won't enforce the laws on it, it's not enforceable.
Okay, so
yeah.
mean...
What about within? What about within? Can the people within do anything to hold him accountable?
Then what?
Well, that's the thing. It's at the state level. So we can enforce international law and treaties by forcing our government to do that. In the same way, the Israelis can depose and prosecute Netanyahu if they choose to. But there is zero chance that any international players are going to do that. He's not going to be tried in The Hague. He's not going to be prosecuted in any possible way unless the Israelis do it.
Because
the only other way to do that
failing,
is
right?
for the country to be invaded.
Before this started, he was failing with people.
Yeah, people didn't want him anyway, and if there was an election now, he'd easily lose. But that just means that he's incentivized to keep this war going as long as possible because people seldom change horses in the middle of a race.
Okay.
So as long as he's fighting there, as long as he's maintaining it, I mean, if the longer he can stretch out a military occupation in Gaza, the longer he's guaranteeing himself. It's the same basic incentive there that Trump has to run for re-election, because if Trump is elected, he can't be prosecuted anymore. So
right. So
Trump can be prosecuted for moving the embassy to Jerusalem here in the U.S.?
Well, no, I mean, like, for anything. I mean, he's currently being pursued for 91 felony counts, but if he's president, he can just pardon himself.
But he didn't do it in the first run.
Well, he didn't have to because no charges had actually been filed against him.
But are there any charges now filed against him?
Yeah, there are both federal and state cases open, and he has been indicted under 91 felony counts.
Okay.
So the chances of him going to prison are still effectively nil because we don't prosecute rich white people in this country. It's extremely rare. So I would never expect it actually to work in terms of prison terms, but still the possibility exists. But if he's elected again, it disappears, and court cases always take a lot longer than elections will. So he has to run and win. Netanyahu has a similar calculation. What was that?
I said, I'm sorry to cut you off. Plus, the sitting president would most likely pardon him.
If a different Republican wins, they'd likely pardon him. Yes. So even if he fails out in the primary somehow and a different Republican gets in and they still win, Trump is still safe.
Okay.
But right now he's way ahead of the pack in terms of the primary. So if he gets that, then he could be in for himself. No one's ever pardoned themselves, but the legal opinion on it is mixed, and there's a lot of support saying that there's nothing constitutional that would prevent it, and the only place you could adjudicate that is the Supreme Court, which has a 6-3 majority, mostly appointed by him now. So
can I just ask? Go ahead, Rochelle.
Is it true that Netanyahu changed the rules to keep himself in power for longer?
They have been altering things steadily for years, tweaking stuff like that. In terms of there's no actual term limits though, so he was never barred in that way. They have they have passed a lot of things that do make it easier to maintain the stranglehold on power that would keep them from actually toppling him internally, because it historically isn't as difficult as it would be now to just remove a sitting PM, but it has gotten harder.
Okay, sorry guys. Yeah, you guys go ahead. I'm sorry. I have just a million questions that keep popping up. I'm going to mute now and let you guys ask some questions.
Let's ask, considering that the UN is probably the most undemocratic institution in the world, and if one says nay, then it's absolutely a nay. If disruption and chaos happen on the streets now, if the status quo on the street changes, does that pressure governments to actually hold certain people or state actors accountable?
Now, by street, do you mean the actions of ordinary people?
I mean, sort of like the civil rights era in 1960s police.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So street politics. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, it gets back to an earlier topic we had. It really depends upon the circumstances in the countries where those are happening, because different circumstances require different tactics to actually have a real voice. You could have massive. I mean, you could have protests with millions of people in the civil rights era, and they still would not have toppled Jim Crow without the significant without the fact that there was actual rebellions and tons of physical property destruction, but even more than that, the Cold War context is what got the civil rights things through. The Soviets made great propaganda value out of Jim Crow. I mean, the fact that the first Indian ambassador to the U.S. he's from southern India, so he's darker skinned. He gets to D.C. and he can't actually get a hotel room in Virginia because they just classed him as black. That's a major embarrassment. So with decolonization and the existence of a large socialist bloc in the world that is officially, at least, not as much in principle, in practice, but I mean in principle at least, opposed to racism and bigotry like that, they constantly made us look like shit. So the international context plus the actual rebellions in the street meant that the state could take seriously the street power, the massive demonstrations, and then say that that's the reason it acted. The street demonstrations basically allowed our government to save face. We didn't have to admit that we did it because of the Soviets. We could say, oh, we did it because King's got 1 million people marching on Washington and shit like that. So it's not on its own. It wouldn't actually affect anything here. There would have to be something else to kind of push it along, whether that's something in the international context, something in the economic system, which is why I tend to say, like, sometimes you got to burn shit down. Hopefully the NSA isn't listening, but that just as a historian, that has worked at times, so I can just point it out from that context. Right. There has to be something else that pushes them along.
Correct. Okay.
Professor, I have a question about Palestine and Israel. Since you're kind of really into politics, what is your opinion of like the events that might unfold? Like, where do you see this going? What do you see the outcomes being? Maybe there's A, B, and C outcome. Like, do you have any opinions on that?
I think I might have missed a part of it. Well, outcome on what?
The outcome on
Like,
the what's going on right now in Israel and Palestine.
ah, um, I'm not sure if you really want to know where I think it's
Oh, it's
going.
okay. Yeah, we want to
It's
know.
well, it's because there are currently no good options without significant shifts in the international climate. Israel has no reason to back down and every reason to keep it up. Netanyahu's already said that they're going to maintain a presence in Gaza. So they're reversing Sharon's military withdrawal from it. Because before, the Israelis were on the ground in the Strip the entire time since '67. After that, it just got turned into you know, just this walled off, exclave that they controlled the airspace and the coastlines and the borders, everything else. But they weren't at least patrolling the streets with soldiers. That's what Netanyahu wants again. He wants to return to that because killing off the leadership for Hamas. um, uh, Getting used to saying things differently is going to be weird for me. Um, uh, Removing that leadership doesn't actually change anything, and I think they really know that. They keep saying that they're going to stay there and they're going to unalive all the commanders, militants, whatever. But that changes nothing at all. There are something like 30,000 members, actual people involved with the party there. You just elect new leaders and you train new people and you recruit because of all the devastation. They're obviously going to be able to recruit tons of new fighters. It would immediately recover. So they're committing themselves to a long-term counterinsurgency fight by maintaining a military presence there. So this is not going to be a short fight. You're not only going to deal with many months because of how difficult it'll be to root them out of the tunnel system and go, building to building, and the fact that you're dealing with a very tightly packed in population as well, that really complicates things. It's the fight itself to initially take out those leaders is only the first step in this. The fact that they're planning on staying means that this is going to stay bad for a long time, and that's going to keep Palestinians angry. And already you're seeing tensions rising in the West Bank, um, driven, of course, in large part because the nationalists there, all these crazy settlers, have been attacking people. So the chance of another wider intifada breaking out there is still there. The only thing preventing that right now is the fact that Israel has outsourced a lot of its security there to its lapdog in the PA. But if the PA completely loses its support, and there are already a lot of factions in the West Bank that have been calling publicly for years to simply disband the PA, to give it up and to force Israel to become a military occupier directly again. And I think that if this fight stretches on the way I currently see it doing, that becomes much more likely. It'll either be disbanded by large faction parts of its own membership, like it'll change the calculus and they'll vote to shut it all down, or it'll become irrelevant because people will simply pull out of it. That's something we've already seen with the second largest faction, and that really actually is the second and the third. Both the Popular Front and the Democratic Front have both been participating in the current fight, and they were factions in the PLO. So basically, Fatah has been isolated. It's on its own now. So it's losing more and more of its legitimacy. There's a reason they don't hold elections anymore. They couldn't win anyway. Um, the So you're either going to see people go completely around it with another intifada, because those are always organized by people on the ground outside of the militant groups, or you're going to see it simply collapse, disbanded, and Israel will end up either way being in full military occupation of the West Bank again. This is going to extend beyond Gaza and into the West Bank. I don't see right now any way out of that.
But do you think that it would be worse if actually Israel ended up occupying the entirety of the West Bank? Do you think that it's going to be much worse than what we already have? Because it's really bad anyway.
No, it is really bad anyway. The only difference there is that it's a matter of perception. because again, the PA basically just does what Israel wants them to do anyway in terms of controlling people there, and there's no real sovereignty anyway or no horizon. So no, it's not really markedly worse. There's the perception of it both internationally and among people there, because there'll be more resentment of the soldiers, so they'll throw more rocks, which means the Israelis will shoot back more. And B, the more you put troops into a situation like that, where they don't know who the enemy is, no one's wearing a nice little uniform, people are. This is how you end up with constant war crimes. When you have forces fighting against insurgent movements. You can see that in our experience in Vietnam, France's experience in Algeria. The soldiers panic and they shoot people. And every time young kids panic and shoot people, or just assholes in uniforms decide to take out their assholishness by shooting people, then you piss off more people who are more likely to join militant groups or pick up rocks or whatever else, which means it has the potential to continually escalate, where there's a constant low level unaliving in the West Bank, but the numbers go way up when you see huge amounts of resistance. So if their soldiers are again patrolling the streets of Nablus and Ramallah, yeah, I think it would get markedly worse.
Because this is exactly what we've been telling people. Because honestly, we go on lives and we talk to people, and whenever we talk to on a Zionist live, or whenever a Zionist comes to a pro-Palestine live, they start saying, "Yeah, we'll unalive every single one of Gaza," similar to what Max Miller said. And I always say that's stupid to even think, because if you think that Israel can pull that off, we know that that's not going to work. You can't just actually eliminate a whole area, a whole 2 million people. You can't just eliminate them, and you're going to create a much bigger issue for yourself. And people in the West Bank are not going to be silent. The militants in north of Israel, in South Lebanon, Hezbollah, they're not going to stay silent. They're not going to stay course, because they'll have more reason to now move, and things are going to erupt and are going to be even worse for Israel. And that makes perfect sense.
Well, but here's where I can, like I said, I try to warn you guys not to, to bring this topic up. Here's where this gets much worse, though. Technically, Israel could get away with it. And not in the sense of like having to unalive millions of people, because they ultimately wouldn't need to. It'd be similar to if this goes on long enough and the fighting is intense enough, and especially if they're simply patrolling the streets with soldiers and people are rising up and attacking them, and you have a third intifada breaking out, like a full-scale thing, and there's more like suicide bombings and everything else, then they will actually have enough cover for another Nakba. And in situations like that, I mean, in the one in 47 and 48, they didn't have to unalive that many people to drive them over the borders. There were a lot of people that died in that, but it wasn't like trying to kill off the whole population. They were killing just enough to scare the hell out of people and drive them all out. The same thing could happen now, and that will piss everybody off. It'll get all the countries in the area will want to go to war with them. It will ruin Israel's relations for a long time with tons of other countries. There's the possibility that individual countries will break out of the U.S. orbit and impose sanctions on their own. But in the long run, it won't matter. And this is the kind of thing that people like Bibi are counting on, because that far right faction ultimately does not care about Israel's democracy, which is why they've been rolling it back for years. And they don't really care about other countries liking them. They know they can weather the storm for a while, and and decades later, the situation would eventually roll back in the same way that tons and tons of countries in the Muslim world today are starting the process of fully normalizing relations, even though the Palestine situation hasn't been resolved, where they're always like, we're going to wait for that. People are finally tired of waiting. And yeah, people will be angry for a long time if they do something like that again, but eventually it'll change. The only way to prevent Israel from carrying out another Nakba would be an outright invasion, and the U.S. would never tolerate it. Our politics won't tolerate it. Our Congress wouldn't allow it. So,
because it's a military base in the Middle East.
Well, sort of. It's not really a military base, and they're not actually a formal ally. People say all the time in the media that they're an ally. They're actually not.
No, I meant like
It's a
maybe
it's
having some nukes pointed towards the north, towards Russia,
But
the Far
yeah,
East. So they,
as long as we're friendly with them, like as
right.
long as our interests align, then yeah, it's basically like it's kind of toehold. It's not per se a base of ours, but it's a friendly bastion per se.
But
Um,
Professor, I
but
just want to say something.
it's much more a matter of our internal politics here that keeps us aligned with
So,
them, though.
so Faisal has a good point. I mean, imagine the proxies really joining this huge intifada for the third time. Chaos in the West Bank, chaos from Gaza,
Mhm.
like you said, suicide bombings and so on and so on. Can you imagine the arsenal that
That word,
the
boom booms.
right, sorry, the H2 people, which is the people in the north, southern Lebanon. Can you
Mhm.
imagine the arsenal of missiles that they have now? I mean, we're not going to call them supersonic, but they have some really powerful missiles.
Yeah.
So can you imagine if Haifa and Tel Aviv are taken down? Who's going to invest in Israel? Who's going to look there as an
It
investor and say, "Hey, I want to invest in Israel"? It's going to be war torn.
it won't though, and this is the problem with a lot of those calculations. Yes, so H2, that's an interesting way of putting that, does have better capabilities. In fact, H1's capabilities have steadily increased because of they've gotten better at smuggling in good weapons and importing things from the Iranians and otherwise. But it won't matter because as soon as they actually unleash any significant arsenals against um, Israel, then it continues to feed the American terror war narrative. These groups are all classified as terror groups, and like the EU and all the major countries of the world all think of them the same way. So there'd be a pretext for the Israelis to respond with overwhelming force, and they would. There's literally nothing any of these groups could ever do. I mean, at no point, I mean, Israel at every single point in its history could beat the entire Arab world combined. There's no way non-state actors are ever going to be a serious threat to it.
Even including
Do they
Egypt?
have so they currently have a kind of credible deterrence because the state doesn't want to deal with the civilian casualties of a rocket hitting Tel Aviv. But in the context of a larger struggle, if they do pull that trigger and that happens, then Israel will absorb those casualties and it will very quickly flatten those people. It will unleash so much freaking hell, and we will cover them in that because it fits our terror war narrative.
But do you think that this could actually change? Because this is something that, honestly, I've been thinking about what could be done by everyone. And whenever someone asks if it was someone who is an actual Israeli citizen, I always tell them, you have a part to play for a better future, which is to make sure that there is a decent government inside Israel that's willing to
Mm-hmm.
actually take the other side seriously so that
Mm-hmm.
this whole thing can be over. This whole conflict can be
Yep.
over. America, we also have a part to make sure that we know who we are
Mm-hmm.
electing, because obviously we
Yep.
have a lot of corrupt politicians who've been bought off long time ago. Okay, aside from
Right.
Biden, honestly, Biden, I know that Biden is not clean on that front, but I do believe that Biden is probably the only politician or only president who is actually supporting Israel out of personal conviction before supporting Israel out of um, benefits that he's getting from the lobby here. I do believe that for Biden. We know everyone. I
Yeah.
know how much he's benefited from
Clinton
them.
did. Clinton was deeply tied to them as well.
Yeah, Hillary Clinton.
No, Bill.
Bill. Okay. Yeah,
He, he,
but do
he,
you,
was he was a publicly admitted Zionist as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but this is what I think. And no, everyone has a part to fulfill. Everyone has a role, and everyone can do something, even if it was a small part. And I believe that even for us in America, we have a part, an obligation to
Mhm.
actually know who we're electing, to make sure that the government that will come next will actually try to find help, resolve the issue, instead of
Right.
pouring more fuel on what's happening now. Yeah.
You're entirely right there, and you're kind of hitting the perspective that I was pushing hard for a long time. I mean, you go back 20 years ago, and I put a lot more faith in the public in the U.S. and Israel to actually start pushing for serious change because there were signs that the peace lobbies were growing, that the NGOs were gaining more and more support. I mean, some of that goes back to the all the way into the 80s and the first serious critiques of Israel's security policies within the state. There has been a narrative like that. The problem is the Intifada has actually radicalized a significant part of Israel's population, and fear is a much more powerful motivator. And people have a hard time dealing with the more abstract, larger scale fears than the more immediate fear of a rocket. So realistically, Israel is actually much more imperiled by taking the hard right stances that it does, because in the long run, it could destroy itself as an apartheid state from the inside. But it honestly doesn't really care, because that's too abstract a concern. The fear of these T groups or whatever, that will motivate people to not overthrow their government or not push back against it. So for counting on Israeli voters to change things, I don't think we can in this context here. Right now, the current polling is showing about 3/4 of the Israeli public don't want Netanyahu in power, but a significant chunk of that is because they think he's too weak, and they think that he failed to protect them from the initial attack on the 7th, and that somebody else will be stronger and better able to do that. It's not that they oppose all the policies. The actual peace wing that really wants to end this stuff does not have enough political heft in the state to prevent this. And if a wider war breaks out, and if H2 gets involved and other proxies get involved, and the government can spin that as a credible threat, again, fear is a really potent motivator. People are going to rally around a far right government.
Okay. Yeah.
So this again, if this continues the way it is, it's terrifying. Something has to change, and always it's a matter of any individual circumstance changing in the international level, like the positions of different governments changing, alter the calculus. But as the board is currently set up, this doesn't look good for us. I mean, it's very hard to see how they lose in the short run. In the long run, Israel is still fucked because its own policies are suicidal. I mean, in the long run, if it doesn't, and this is where, honestly, a war like this plays to their advantage, I guess, because if they keep that territory, in the long run, the growing Palestinian population it'll keep building up, and eventually have something a lot more like South Africa, and there that becomes unsustainable. Right now, the populations are pretty much even, but if they manage to drive more of the population out, that's no longer a fear for them, and they can simply seize and hold that territory indefinitely. So
Professor,
they've always been looking for circumstances for another Nakba. This may provide it.
so just you were going before on the state issue, that if it changes local, that it could change politics at the federal level.
Yeah.
Do you really think that's a way to dismantle AIPAC with the think tanks and the Heritage Foundation and so on and so on?
That's a tough question.
Yeah, it's always a matter of like of playing the long-term chess game. You have to go at it with a strategy. The think tanks are able to manipulate the current situation because of the way that the board is set up as it stands. If we build our own alternatives, those think tanks didn't exist before. That's part of the Republican strategy that's laid out in the 50s. And all that stuff starts building up, and it puts a tremendous amount of pressure on the system overall. An alternative organization has to be built up that can work that from the other side. It's going to be an uphill battle anywhere you look, but it's the same thing that we continually face at every level. When as soon as somebody looks like they could possibly be a voice against the status quo, people dump tons of money into trying to remove them. I mean, look at the last time around, the massive campaign they tried to use to unseat Ilhan. There's always going to be these challenges to try and preserve the system as it stands. The way to make it harder to do that is to build up more and more of an infrastructure of to provide a counterbalance to the DNC and the GOP's infrastructure.
I understand you're a historian. I was going to ask you that question before. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Did you ever work with Ilan Pappé as a historical revisionist?
Oh, I I'm too pedantic.
That question, by the way, yesterday.
I have a hard time, like I can't use the term revisionist in that context, because revisionist means somebody who's actually contradicting the facts. But I get where you were doing, because it did revise the Israeli false
Correct.
narrative. Um,
Yes.
but no, I've chatted with him a number of times. We never actually had any reason to work together. But we've spoken. That,
Nice.
you know. I've met a number of these folks, but most of them, it's an older generation anyway, and we've had no direct reason to work together. When I actually was doing a project on the 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 rightward drift among the Haredim in the West Bank, I had been reaching out to and talking to more and more people about that, but I ended up having to abandon the project because I ran out of money on it. Um, I spent 3 years going through summers and collecting tons of data and building up the material on that, for a monograph on their changes. And that involved talking to everything from a bunch of Israeli sociologists that study that, but also to people that really know a lot about the architecture of occupation, and their physical impact on the environment there. But when that project actually got crushed by the '08 financial crisis, when all the people that give out grants and stuff whatnot, all that dried up, and I couldn't afford to continue financing on my own, so I just went off into different projects, and I've never been able to go back to it. So I haven't spoken to people like that much in quite a while. I mean, there's occasional contact on a specific issue, but I've had no reason to really engage with other major scholars on that, because it's just not what I've been working on directly for a while.
I know this question is a bit far, but I wanted to ask you about the origin of the word anti-Semitic, because in my mind it sounds like it started in Europe. That's how I view it. Something that the term itself started in Europe, but
Yep.
if it doesn't seem to mean specifically hate towards Jews. It's hate towards anyone who looks a certain way, looks like
No,
some
it
like
actually,
a certain race, and then
yeah.
because only Jewish people lived in that area in Europe, it was exclusive to. It meant at the time that it was exclusive to Jewish people because there were no Arabs at the time. That
Yeah,
that
no,
that sounds more
that,
likely.
it's a good question, because I've seen a lot of people trying to say that um, it's anti-Semitic to attack Arabs or whatever, and they're using it the way that you're using it there. That honestly, it's kind of a pet peeve for me in a way, because it's taking seriously the racist logic behind the word itself. So to start, I'll say it has nothing to do with appearance, and it is entirely about targeting Jews. So it's nothing really to do with so-called Semites at all. It never did. It was simply an attempt to invent a bogus, like a literally bullshit word that sounded more scientific, to replace older terms like Judenhass, like Jew hatred,
Mm.
because people in Europe hated Jews for theological reasons before and for cultural reasons. But once you get into the Enlightenment, people in the 18th century who wanted to hold on to those ideas and still hate Jews, but you're more and more secular, you're maybe not religious, maybe you've abandoned Christianity entirely. So how do you rationalize that? How do I rationalize continuing to hate Jews if I don't have a theological problem with them anymore? Well, I've got to come up with another way to do that. So it fell into the race science categories that started being developed. So people like Blumenbach and whatever in the late 18th century and the early 19th century, they coined this word specifically as a way to attack Jews. Semitic is a language family, not a group of people. It's never been about appearance. It's not a race per se. It's a group of languages, and none of the European Jews were Semites at all. They didn't speak any Semitic language. If you speak French or Yiddish or Ladino, you're not a Semite because you don't speak a Semitic language.
Okay.
Anti-Semitism was never applied to Ethiopians or Arabs or anybody else who spoke a Semitic language. It only was applied to Jews. So it's
simply put, it's literally just a bullshit, fake pseudoscience word that they invented so that they could keep hating Jews without
Without saying,
recourse to Christianity.
yeah, okay, yeah,
So
that's yeah,
when people use it now, so and that gets to like the pet peeve part. So I don't mean to be like to insult anybody or anything, but like for me, that it's problematic because what it does is, and this is also why I always write the word as a single word, where a lot of people put the hyphen and capitalize the S. When people do that, it really highlights the the lie in it. It kind of takes it seriously. And when people are trying to apply it to say like, hey, it's anti-Semitic to hate Arabs too, that's actually taking the lie behind the original fake word seriously. And we shouldn't. It literally was a scam. It's just a scam.
okay,
So
yeah.
it's better to just get rid of it entirely, but we're sort of stuck with it as a historical term for hating Jews because of the way it was used in 19th and 20th century Europe.
Yeah, because honestly, recently, even whenever they come, even before October 7th, whenever you hear someone say, "Okay, it's anti-Semitic to say anything about Israel. It's anti-Semitic to hate, to be anti-Zionist," it sounded like there was a label that was invented, and now they want to use it because it works. But Jew hatred is one thing. Being anti-Israel or anti-Zionist, that's something else. And
Oh, it
anti-Semitic, to
is.
put all those terms,
Yeah.
and the anti-Semitic doesn't make sense. I thought maybe it made
No, it
sense in the
doesn't.
past, in the context, but yeah, I'm glad that you explained
Like
it. Yeah.
the current use there, you're dealing with a different problem, and it's one that we do need to push back hard against because being anti-Zionist can come from a position of being simply anti-nationalist. It has nothing to do with hating Jews. Like anti-Semitism is literally a form of racism, where the original anti-Judaism in Europe. So when I'm teaching courses on like European history and political violence, I make the distinction there. Traditional Christian hatred of Jews, anti-Judaism, has a theological basis and isn't racial, which means that if you convert out of it, so think of like the composer Moses Mendelssohn or the British Prime Minister Benjamin Disraeli, they're ethnically of Jewish origin, but they converted. They weren't Jews anymore in that sense. So you couldn't hate them for the same reason anymore. In the 19th century, when you're developing nationalist movements in Europe, and nationalism is a kind of like racism, it's this like othering binary. Anti-Semitism is coined in that context, which means it's explicitly racist, but racist towards Jews. Saying that Jews, no matter what they look like, I don't care if you're blonde and blue-eyed, which many Polish Jews were, you're racially different because of your Jewish ancestry. So here is a word scientifically, so-called, you can use to hate them as a racial group. And racism is nonsense. Like biologically, it makes no sense at all. The populations of the sub-Saharan African populations of East and West Africa are genetically more different from each other than either of them are from Scandinavians. I mean, there's no biological basis to race. I mean, it's entirely nonsense in genetic terms. But the pseudoscience of racism is still very powerfully emotional for people, and it sticks around. Where they've been since the creation of Israel, slowly redefining anti-Semitism to also include anti-Zionism, and that's getting to be an overwhelming position on it. It used to be much more controversial. That is something we absolutely have to fight because it's basically deploying the same old racist logics, but now turning it on its head in a way that's just as pernicious. So, but I don't think that trying to expand the definition of Semite or anti-Semitism to include Arabs or Ethiopians or anything else is helpful because that also uses the same flawed racist logic behind the creation of the word in the first place.
Okay.
We simply have to overcome anti-Semitism the same way all other racisms have to be overcome.
Okay. And the other thing, you just mentioned something that's really interesting. So yesterday when we were talking, you were talking about how the cities in Palestine were created, and you mentioned Jericho, and you said that Jericho, people who lived 11,000 years ago, their descendants still lived in Jericho 11,000 years later. And that brings a question, because there's something, a quote that I heard in the past couple of weeks, that Ben Gurion said, those people, the people who lived here 3,000 years ago never left. And that brings it to my mind, how true is it that, where exactly did the European Jews actually descend from? Is it actually the exile concept that they had to leave that area, or did the Jewish people at the time, 3,000 years ago, still lived there, but they might have converted and they are same
Well,
as the Palestinians? Because I know that, okay, so there's something that many people say that Arabs went to Palestine and those are only Arabs, but that's not really true. I know because my father's side and my mother's side, they are two totally different, and I know that my father's side, because I used to talk to my family about it, and they had documented that. They say that many families in Jordan and Palestine, back when Saladin was actually went to Jerusalem and to Jordan, back then, he asked some people from the Arab Peninsula to come with him to fight with him. And once he left a city, he asked some people to stay around, and they stayed outside of the city because the city was already occupied. And that built more the rural lifestyle. And that's
mhm.
how many villages actually were started, because it was unoccupied, but the city was very overpopulated. And that's where actually it made sense. But if that's with that explanation, that means that Palestinians who are people who lived in the cities, in the big cities like Lyd or Haifa or Jericho, those people have never left the land. They are indigenous to that land and they've been there for thousands of years. But does that mean that they were Jewish and converted, or did the Jewish nation
Perhaps
just
I'm speaking
leave the area?
correctly. Yeah, I guess
Liam,
it
can
Yeah,
I
it's
just add one thing to that?
oh, sure.
With your answer, because it's kind of similar to what he was saying. So when the Arabs went there for conquest, they I want you to clarify that that they never actually like kicked anyone out. What I heard is that they just conquered the land. The people that lived there still lived there. They just paid a tax, and
Mhm.
eventually a lot of them ended up converting from being Jewish to being Muslim to avoid paying that tax. So actually, the Palestinians that are living there, a lot of their ancestry goes back to being actually Jewish people who just converted to Islam, right?
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so there's quite a few different pieces to this, so I'm going to apologize here because I might have to hit several different points on it, because you're actually asking a very complex set of questions. The initial waves of Arab conquest, let's extend it further back from like the Salahuddin that was mentioned a moment ago, and take it all the way back to the to Umar and whatnot. The everywhere that there was that the Rashidun Caliphate and the later Umayyad Caliphate extended to outside of Arabia, all those areas, for the most part, Arabs themselves didn't much settle into those areas. It was in very small numbers, and mostly they stayed in garrison towns and sort of sequestered themselves from the actual local population, which means that the people of Egypt today are descended from people who built pyramids. The people of Iraq today are descendants of people who built ziggurats. The people of Morocco today, they're Tamazight peoples. I mean, it's they're all the original populations, and Palestine is the same way. Most of its population is the same basic one there, but some would stay and intermarry in. And that's true actually over very long periods of time. So that includes the Crusader era there. It includes tons of later waves. There are a lot of individuals in Palestine that do have some ancestry outside of the area, ancestors that came from the Sudan, ancestors that came from Bosnia, that came in different waves and settled in different parts. But what you got there is the same thing that happens to literally every other place on Earth. Populations always mix in and move in and migrate, but there's always a core that's still there. It's very seldom that you can wipe out either killing off or through or there's so many people come in that it basically supplants the existing DNA. If you can permit me a simple analogy, look at the populations of Hungary and Bulgaria in Europe. The Bulgaria has its origins among the Bulgars, who are this Uralic people that came in there. Or so the Uralics is the Hungarians, the Magyars, but and the Bulgars are further out there, like a Turkic population that's also coming in, and they settled into those areas. they left behind certain elements, like the name Bulgaria goes back to the Bulgars. In Hungary, they left behind a lot more. They actually left behind their language. But if you look at them genetically, the populations in both of those countries are not Bulgar, and they're not actually Magyar. They're not. Their biology, they're indistinguishable from other South Slavs. They're the same people. So the core population that was already there absorbed the people who came in and brought some new ideas on top of that. That's what you see in Palestine and in most of the Arab world is new ideas will come in, new languages will come in, some small numbers of people will intermarry in and stay, but most of the population, most of its ancestry and DNA is the same core population that goes back much farther. In Palestine, the core population goes back farther than in many places because it's so close to the route out of Africa, so the population's been there since the Stone Age. We can trace it back only so far because after a while DNA degrades and whatnot here, but we can easily take it back into the Neolithic period, and have been able to show, yeah, there's ancestry going back 10,000 years. It's undoubtedly even further back than that. It probably goes back to hunter-gatherer populations. But the peoples there, most of their DNA is actually those original populations, and that's actually true for both Jews and Palestinians. The Jewish population is complicated by the fact that they spread around to tons of different areas, and this is why Jews end up taking on so many different physical appearances, because everywhere they go, they intermingle with the populations they settle among. People marry in. They people convert and marry into the population. So you end up with Iranian Jews who look Iranian and Moroccan Jews who look Moroccan, but they're not all converts. There is still a core of their original ancestry that's carried with them, and it's still there. So they also can be traced back to the same original Levantine population, the same way that the Lebanese people and the Palestinian people can. All three groups of people, and actually a significant part of like the Western the peoples of Jordan, like the people in like the whole Amman area, actually the whole area on the west side there that goes back to like the ancient Moabite, Edomite kingdoms, things like that. The population of that whole area, all along the Western Levant, it goes back at least into the Neolithic. Their ancestry is like the Natufian cultures. It's ancient, but there's always little bits that come in from outside.
If when people are stating who has a more of a right to that land, so here in the U.S. they say these are the original Israelites from that land, okay? But with what we're talking about right now, this was kind of my conclusion as well, and I just want to see if that's kind of what you're pointing at a little bit, is that the Palestinians were pretty much always there. Like you said, some people married. As far if you're looking at like statistics, majority you would say that originated from that land as well 3,000 years ago, correct?
Yeah, and that gets to it gets to the other question you asked about conversion, because there isn't a there first part. It's ultimately nonsensical, because the religions and the languages and the cultures have changed over time. The Jewish religion only goes back so far. It actually emerged out of the Canaanite polytheism, and the Canaanite polytheism emerged out of the earlier Neolithic religious traditions that have been there for much longer. I mean, it's not
ancestral.
But again, it's the same. It's the same thing. People can always change their religions. They can change their language, but the ancestry is still the same. There's no way to say Jews or Palestinians were there first, because they're literally the same people. They just hit it off in different directions culturally.
This is important.
Can I say one thing now? So you're saying that they're the same people, which I would agree. But when people say, just for the argument of, oh, who's the more indigenous population? So based on what you're saying, like the Palestinians never left and they were always there, and so but you're saying that the Jewish population kind of scattered all around and intermingled more. And so, genetically speaking, a lot of the Jewish people's ancestry is a lot more watered down than the Palestinians, you would say, right?
That's how I feel
No,
too.
it's not really markedly any more watered down. At least if you're looking at the genetic tests there, because again, there's tons of things that have intermingled in with the Palestinian population. They may have always lived there, but other peoples have. It's a historic crossroads. People have been moving through that area for 50,000 years, and it's never stopped. So there's always been waves of migrants in and different settlers. So there were Greeks and Romans and tons of people that have settled there over time, and they've all contributed a little bit to the genetic mix that makes up Palestinians. So it's a comparable process to what you see with the Jewish population that scatters around and intermingles with other populations. It's just done in different locations. Where I have a problem with the bases of those kind of arguments is that when people try to make a whose claim is more valid based on ancestry or in some way, it's literally taking recourse to kind of like racist logic or some kind of like weird biological logic. It's alien to me. I find it somewhat odious as an idea. So I don't think that you can do that at all. Where you can make better or worse claims is based on the politics and everything else. So at the end of the day, Zionism is a colonial ideology. So in that sense, Palestine's struggle is an anti-colonial struggle, and they have greater indigeneity based upon that simple fact that more of the Jewish population is later waves of immigrants coming back into it. And there's a good just claim. But if you take it into the biological terms, there's no way to make either of them, to give either of them a stronger claim because they literally carry the same freaking genes. They're originally the same people, and they've just hit it off in tons of different directions with tons of different cultures and languages and religions, but they have the same starting point. So yeah, I try to set that kind of stuff aside. You can use that stuff as a way of saying, hey, we're all cousins, why can't we find some way to fucking get along? But I won't ever use it to try and advance one claim above another. I've used different arguments for that, if that makes
Let's
sense.
see. So you're saying that the better argument to use would be that Israel is a colonial project, basically.
Yeah, it's literally a settler colony. Yeah. If you want to advance, for me, at this point, I prefer some kind of binational solution because anything that says one claim is better than another, puts you in the situation where you're trying to correct one injustice with another injustice. Some they have to find some way just to get over the nationalisms and get along, from my perspective. But if you want to make an argument that Palestinians have the superior claim and that they should control it with their identity, then yeah, the settler colony route is the logical one to choose there. I would not want anybody to use a racist argument to advance a claim like that. But ultimately, I think that it makes
real
more
quick
sense
to wrap
to
this up.
focus on the similarity. Yeah.
I agree with you. And just to wrap this topic up really quick, I
Mm-hmm.
only ask, and I'm not. I just want to point out that I don't think it's that relevant either. I think it's just important to understand, to kind of combat the idea with other people,
Mm-hmm.
of like the Palestinians don't have a right to the land at all.
Yes,
So that's the
yes.
only
In
reason
that
why I'm
sense,
asking, and
yes.
yeah.
Oh, good. In that sense, I'm 1,000% in agreement, and I want people to be able to. I mean, if you guys want, like, I can pull out the links from like the um. I have a ton of these journal articles saved from like the science journals that actually studied the ancestry when they started, because they've recovered DNA from hundreds of old, like, old Canaanite era and earlier remains buried in the area. So there's been extensive studies there, and they all show you that the Lebanese and the Palestinians, they're entirely indigenous. That they've been there all along. But
I
it's
would
also
love to have those
connects you to
resources.
the Jewish populations because they test those as well, and it shows exactly the same thing. They all go
I'd love
back
to
to
have
it.
those resources because this is something that I would like to aim at when it comes to people in the US, and that argument specifically. I do have the Science Direct article showing that their DNA is almost indistinguishable. But
Mhm.
to say that they're both original Canaanites, that would actually help me in that argument.
Yeah, just send me like a direct message. I'll dig stuff out later when I get a chance. And yeah, the best thing there too, when people come up with those arguments, and the thing that I most hate, hold on a second, I've got it here somewhere. Uh, some of the some of the arguments I run into in the U.S. from like Christian Zionists and whatnot, I'll go back to really dishonest shit like this, where the argument here is that the Palestinians are not native at all. They're like descended from waves of other Arab settlers who took over that land. And that is complete horseshit. This was dismantled completely when it was published by historians, but it has never gone out of print because it's useful to Zionists to have bullshit like this.
Right.
But but even setting aside the historical criticism that shows, yeah, this is straight up lying. All the sources show that. You can also say you also have the DNA evidence. So not only do we have the actual migratory histories. Somebody asked what is the book? It's from time immemorial. The book is trash. It's literally a fraudulent work. I mean,
Wow.
this is one of the nice things about scholarship. Historians criticize each other. People savaged this book when it came out. But it's never gone into print because it's useful to people to make the argument that Palestinians are not indigenous.
What's the name of the book again?
History says that they are, and biology says that they are.
What's the name of that book
Guys,
again?
Jeanette has a
Uh,
question. She hasn't had a
from
chance to
time
speak, by the way.
immemorial.
Yeah, Jeanette needs to be able to ask her questions really quick. Let's give her some space. Go ahead, Jeanette.
Okay, thank you everyone. I appreciate it. This kind of further jumps ahead. I know I've been interested in all the
Can I pause for just a second?
Huh?
Jeanette,
Yeah.
can I before we start a question, because then I have to try and remember the question, and we start talking again. Can I grab a drink?
Yeah, of course. Take your time.
I won't make anything. I'll just I'll grab a water. It's super fast, but I'm
Yeah,
I'm
we're
really
gonna
thirsty.
dehydrate you, so you might want to.
Yeah,
Thank you.
if
We
I'm
really
talking,
appreciate
I'm
you.
gonna dehydrate. So I'm gonna go grab the water. I'll be right back.
Yeah, this is the coolest live that you could ever join.
I know, I love it.
Seriously.
No,
We
I
have to
want to
say
get more
thank you to
people in
Rochelle.
here.
This
Yeah.
is really good.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's really great, and I just love how everyone's so invested and interested nowadays.
No, it's very educational.
Good
Thank
sis.
you.
Yeah.
You know
So
what I
cool.
like the most is that he's so smart and educated. He's obviously a professor, so no one can
Uh-oh.
come in here and BS and say things and like use
Yeah.
false
Mm-hmm.
things to debate with. Like
Yes.
it's like all of us are literally just listening to someone who knows what they're talking about, and that's it. You know, it's not like debating and fighting with people that
Yeah.
don't know
We
what they're
love you,
talking
Liam.
about.
We got
Right.
Hydrate yourself.
we
So,
got to
hey,
take it to the
listen.
other lives.
Listen, this is why another reason why I love it so much is because I'm a single mom of 3 kids, and this is the questions that I have been having just rolling around my brain. And when you're getting on the internet and you're looking it up, it literally could take me weeks or months to get to a conclusion because I will want to see every side possible and then break it all down and get to this conclusion. With the way my brain works, I want to hear all of the information. I want to even hear all the bullshit too, so I can draw my own conclusion. But when
Right.
I talk to Liam, knowing how his brain works, he's already done all of the work. So you get the conclusion from him, and it saves so much time.
It's
I
funny
mean,
he
yeah,
needs to come up with his
and
own
really
search engine.
I get people all the time when they're trying to ask questions or whatever, like you got to show your sources, and they want like links, they want little websites. Almost nothing I'm ever going to say is going to come off a website, short of like journal articles when I download them. You know, it's because most of the shit that's out there is not really trustworthy. So everything that I'm going to use is something that's going to come out of the scholarship. It's coming out of primary and secondary sources out of scholarship. It's all I'll ever use for things. I'm sort of obsessive that way, but it gets very hard when you get these really disingenuous assholes. They're like, "Well, show me blah blah," and they want like a link to some shitty website or whatever. There's so much garbage out there that to trying to sort through it that way and comb through it, it could take a lot longer, and it could still take you off in terrible directions. So
Yeah.
When people want bibliography, I can give them like, okay, here's a bunch of journal articles, here's a bunch of books. And like, I'm not going to go buy a bunch of books. Okay, well then I can't help you. Sorry. Go to a library or talk to somebody else because that's all I can give you.
Right.
Okay. So,
Uh,
anyway, so now that you guys have sufficiently fluffed me up here, it's super embarrassing.
I mean, all of the books behind you speak for themselves.
Yeah, I mean it's yeah. There's this entire there's practically nothing in this house but books and
Well,
antiques.
just the way you answer questions when you say, "Okay, let me, dive deep into that because there's two different sides to it and you give us both of the sides of what you're getting ready to say." That's really important to me too.
Thanks. Yeah, I do try to balance things as much as I can. Um, okay, so then Jeanette had something to say. Oh, somebody says hi, Kitty. So Salaway.
What
This
was
is
your kitty's name?
Minerva is my little Roman war goddess.
So cute. Okay, Jeanette, go ahead.
all right. So basically, I have two questions. There was originally three, but I forgot one of them. The first one pertaining back to now kind of almost obsolete at this point in time. How do we essentially counteract the sort of global powers corporations have obtained? Because obviously, there's a whole bunch of corporation support with Israel. And there's a whole bunch of economic incentives, both with obviously the anti-BDS laws in America, yada, yada, yada. And then you look at other examples like with Shell Corporation and the atrocities that they committed in Nigeria in order to maintain their oil supply to resell and things like that. It just feels almost
Right.
impossible where every step you make for humanitarian efforts, it's not even necessarily the government themselves, it's always a corporate entity behind that reasoning.
Yeah, for sure. The answer there is deceptively simple. It's difficult to put into practice. It takes a lot of work. It's one of the reasons that I'm a militant trade unionist. I mean, when people organize, they can present an obstacle to power. They can defeat these things, but without that, without mass movements of people, you never can. They're always going to be able to outnumber us. So this is why protests or whatever are never really going to be all that effective without the economic heft. Corporations are, over the last 60 years or so, have grown to become so powerful that they actually are now a majority of the largest economies in the world, not countries. So they generally get to push countries around now. So it's much harder, which means that not only do we have to resurrect a lot more of the unions on the local and national level, and not only do those unions have to recover the sort of militancy that they had in the 19th and early 20th century, not just the let's negotiate or whatever that most of them want to do now, they have to get a lot more militant about what they'll do and be willing to engage in direct action. But we also have to organize them internationally. I suppose that's one of the reasons that I've been a fan of the of concepts like the IWW for so much of my life, but it's difficult to organize them like that to get enough people to join. But if you actually have, whether you're using a concept like a one big union one, or you're trying to build instead coalitions of unions, kind of like intersectionality sort of argument there, like bringing together a large international movement, it's effectively the same thing. But we need to reach out and bring in tons of people. There's I can take you back to, gosh, I was there for that was back in '99, I think, the Battle of Seattle, the World Trade Organization fight. You had a ton of, people from like fairly conservative trade unions and a bunch of biker type things, all the way to like black bloc anarchists, and just everyone was marching together. We have occasional moments where you see an ability to come together around an issue, but it's difficult, it seems, to keep people engaged and interacting with each other in the way that they would need to present a real challenge to the neoliberal corporate structure. Small scale engagements like the issue based ones, like opposing a particular trade deal or fighting against a particular war, that's never going to be a threat to them. a long-term permanent alliance bringing together working people around the world, that will topple corporate power. I think at this point, given how much authority we've given them in the last 60 years or so, I don't see any other possible counterweight. The only other thing that can challenge them is the governments themselves, and they generally control the governments now. So they're no longer, they used to be a counterweight and they're not anymore.
And the problem is that many of those big corporates, like Amazon, for example, they actually fight against any unionizing.
Yeah.
And that
Which,
is a problem in Amazon, because the situation, the circumstances for the workers in Amazon warehouses are terrible. I mean, I
they are.
believe that a couple of years ago, I read a statistic that says that they did some measures, added some nets to higher floors inside warehouses, because just to make sure that they reduce the number of employees who actually commit suicide inside the warehouses. And it was insane when I heard that. And they were, I believe they reduced it from 25 average to 9 in a year, and that still is insane to me. But that's
this is again why I favor like the 19th century militant unionist model and not the current one. While I do like seeing the activism of like the Amazon labor union that's trying to unionize more and more of these shops, they're doing good work pushing back against that. But there needs to be these owners need to understand again that their choice is a union so people can fight for a living wage, or the plant gets burned down. I mean, if that is a credible threat, if they know the workers are serious enough, then they'll do that, because no one wants to see that kind of devastation. That threat was taken seriously for a long time, all the way into the middle of the 20th century, because it happened repeatedly in the 19th century. Workers just burned shit, and actually it goes back much farther than that. You can see tons of examples of this in the 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th centuries. You know, people used to take that much more seriously because working people would respond to capital. But they don't anymore. We all feel that we can't do that. Oh, well, if that goes, then no one will have jobs and blah, blah, blah. We all feel a sense of helplessness and dependence on the bosses. And we have to somehow break that. And that's where, for me, I take a step back and say we got to start with things like mutual aid societies. If you have good communal organizing, if you have good mutual aid societies, then if the unions have to actually go to war with capital, and a particular business ends up losing some of that blah, 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 that shuts down, sure, some people are going to lose their jobs, but the community supports them while we recover from that. And it doesn't take many examples for companies to quickly change their tune. So many of the industries that are heavily unionized today are because of the militant actions in the late 19th and early 20th century. But tons of industries since then, like Amazon, that didn't exist back then, they can resist it because they've never had to face that threat.
But
does that make sense?
That makes sense. But don't you think that those unions, if they got that much power, they might be as corrupt and devastating as the corporates themselves? Which
is why I don't like the okay, so the only kind of larger union structure that I'll tolerate is the syndicalist one. Again, like the IWW model, where nobody can control it because it's directly democratic and decentralized. But better for me in terms of the current world, like a more practical solution would be tons of smaller unions linked together in confederations that stay democratic and accountable to their ordinary members. I do not like the idea of permanent bosses in the unions that don't actually have to work anymore. I want the people who are doing the job to actually run their own union. As long as that's the case, it can't turn corrupt.
Honestly,
because as soon as they get to the situation like you're talking about, then their interests align more with the bosses, and then they don't want to strike anymore. So at that point, a union that's not willing to walk out en masse at the drop of a hat is essentially useless. It no longer has the strength. It no longer has a very credible threat.
Okay, yeah, that's very interesting. Thank you.
So yeah, decentralized. The whole idea is the way around that for me. Like linking together tons of smaller separate unions. That anyway.
Other than the IWW, is there any living examples that we can look at for a good example.
Well, only in the sense of the latter model. The one I said that would be more practical would be looking at okay, so the Starbucks union and the Amazon union, they're not big classic unions. They're new ones started by workers that were actually in those franchises or were fired for trying to organize. They're people that come directly out of it. And they're still pretty small. And what they do is they have to reach out to each other. They have to reach out directly to people. They have to build their own support networks. Creating a whole bunch of new unions, reorganizing tons of unions in whole new different employers, different industries, and then creating a sense of real solidarity. That would work. So your current model would be like, look at how you can build greater solidarity between like the Starbucks union and the Amazon union and a whole bunch of the smaller, young, hungry unions, and kind of skirt around the traditional like AFL-CIO, UAW, all these big ones that still are going to fight hard, but only for their own workers and with a far less credible threat. They're too co-opted at this point. Like the union I come out of in the port before, because I didn't go to college until I was 30. I was a fourth generation longshoreman in the port of LA. My great grandfather is one of the founders of the union, and the ILWU was literally founded by communists. I mean, it was a militant union, and it was willing to fight hard against the bosses. The last serious strike was just before I was born. It was in the early 70s. It's no longer. It doesn't have the same kind of power anymore to actually pull off credible threats. We do need to kind of start over in a sense. The union model works. A lot of current unions aren't a viable vehicle anymore.
Thank you.
So, I'm just gonna come in with a really quick statement and then say my second question, and then maybe drop down if anybody else needs to come up, but I see an open spot. But anyways,
It looks like something that's good anyway, too.
so basically what I was gonna say is that is kind of quite an unfortunate scenario, because if people are living from paycheck to paycheck, like you explained, they're not really incentivized to wait out a union strike like that. Like, for example, with the writer and actor strike here in California, a lot of those people became homeless while in the union and had to basically panhandle across the United States to, even buy groceries. And the funny part is that Warner Brothers literally came out with a statement saying they're willing to play the long game.
And they can afford to.
And they can afford to, and that's what I'm saying is I think back then, during the 19th century, the oligarchs, I guess, of the United States at that time didn't have the same power play as the corporates that they do today, because one, the government wasn't quite in their pocket yet. They were shooting down every monopoly case that came up in the Supreme Court. There was a lot more people who were active in the political scene, and they were a lot more willing to step out because, one, it wasn't as hard to build yourself up out of poverty as it is today.
Okay.
But anyways, relating into my next question is the whole fact
if you have a different question, could you make a note so the question isn't forgotten, and then we can do one at a time, because it's a lot harder for me to like hold all the stuff together. If there's multiple questions.
I'm done with all the corporate questions. That was just like my little, I guess, rebuttal or statement.
Okay, because there are several things I want to add in to what you were just putting out there.
Okay. Yeah, I can wait for the next question. I only have one more.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, let me like hit a couple of things directly related to what you were just saying, and then come back to the next piece, and we can go back and forth. Otherwise, I'll get confused.
Okay.
As far as the waiting out part, in the 19th century, they could afford it too. They still could, and in some ways, the government was more in their pocket because the state was more corrupt. In the 19th century, you could walk onto the floor of Congress with an envelope full of cash and buy congressmen directly. And the state used to send troops to literally shoot workers to support bosses, which they can't do anymore. So their powers increased in some areas and decreased in others. But they still had direct support from the state. And in the 19th century, unions in the U.S. were literally illegal. So all of the organization was extra legal. They had no actual legal recognition, and the bosses did not have any legal obligation to listen to them. So what made that work, it gets back to a point I made earlier about communal organization and mutual aid. The reason people were able to wait out those strikes in the 19th and early 20th century is that communities came together and supported each other. They built mutual aid societies. By the time you get to the mid 20th century with the rise of the Cold War narratives, that gets harder and harder. There's so much propaganda that breaks down the communal relations, that pushes people apart. You know, the whole balkanization in suburbia. There's tons of things there. But as late as the 1940s, I can give you an example of a strike in in Southern California, at least in Burbank, there was a Disney artist strike that walked out, and the company didn't want to unionize workers. It wasn't union at the time, and it did not want to deal with this at all. What made that strike work was that a whole shitload of other workers in other fields also went on strike, and tons of people in completely different industries brought food to the strikers and supported them. They still had a sense of communal responsibility for each other to reach out and help out, so that there was direct mutual aid, and there was a sense of solidarity where other unions joined in. That tends not to happen now. When one union goes on strike, others don't join them. Well, if you really want a significant effect, you need that solidarity. You need other people willing to join the strike and shut it down. So to make it possible for us in the more complicated economic situation we're in, where people I couldn't afford a long strike, I'd be screwed. Most of us live hand to mouth now. The way to recover from that is to recover a sense of community responsibility, solidarity, and mutual aid. It's what worked for them. It's not that the situation was better for them. They actually were poorer than we are, but they were able to wait it out because they shared what little they had with each other.
Thank you for correcting me there, because as I was going on with that little tangent, I was just thinking, as in my head, like with the infamous Rockefeller cases in court, and then obviously Carnegie Mellon.
Oh, yeah, Carnegie, yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of like really big directions we could go into.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to get you this far off on tangent.
Oh no, this is fine. I have varied interests, so this is fine.
Okay.
Bring up whatever you like.
But anyway,
if I don't know something, I'll tell people. If I've not studied something, I will tell you.
Okay, good to know.
I know my limits.
I appreciate the further explanation of the whole mutual aid, and then obviously radicalizing unions across the United States in order to be able to advance our government, to help the citizens. But my second question is obviously, I guess it can kind of sort of relate, goes back to Palestine and the fact of, for example, I kind of got into an argument with a Zionist supporter the other day, and they were trying to bring up Black September as a reason why me, as a Lebanese person, should not support a Palestinian because of the Fedayeen being pushed up from Jordan into Lebanon and causing the Lebanese civil war.
Civil war, yeah. Oh God, that's so fucked up. It's such a fucked up logic, and I hate that people blame the Palestinians for the civil war. I mean, they were exploited in it. They were used as a spark, but they did not start any of that shit.
Right. And I was trying to relate to the fact that, at the end of the day, Israel is at fault for this because they purposely, one, had built a radicalized Palestinian force because one of the stuff that they were doing, and then they were also attacking Syria and Jordan and trying to land grab, and then obviously they were forced up. The Fedayeen was forced up into Jordan, and then eventually up into Lebanon. And And it's interesting because people who are Zionist supporters usually, I mean, the ones in the US don't understand the Middle Eastern history, but the Zionist supporters who are based in the Middle East or they're from Israel kind of always use these examples. And it mind boggles me because they can understand the mastermind of the chess, so to speak, but they still use these like flimsy pawn examples, and I just don't know how to like negate that with them, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. One problem you run into there is that you're frequently going to be talking past people because you're coming in from completely different discursive frameworks. They have a particular narrative that they've learned. So if you're looking at what comes out of the Israeli school systems and media,
Okay.
it's the portrait they get of a lot of these stories is not accurate. And even, gosh, 40 years since the new historian movement started in the 80s that rewrote the all this early history of Israel, and that's continued ever since. It still doesn't penetrate down to many ordinary people. It doesn't affect the curricula, and it doesn't affect the media for the most part. So most Israelis have an ability to stay completely ignorant of what actually happened, but know just enough of the facts that they can string together something that sounds like it makes sense to them, and they can sound like a good, convincing argument. And there's no good way to oppose things like that, because oftentimes you're just going to talk past each other. They have sources that they can fall back on that support the position they already have on it, and they're not really open to changing that. So I get the frustration. I totally know where you're coming from there, and I run into that stuff constantly.
Okay.
You know, but until you, unless you have an Israeli, and there are a lot of them. I know a lot of great people on the ground there that they do understand this shit and they own it. They understand it. There are a lot of post-Zionist and non-Zionist or anti-Zionist Israelis too. But the but unless somebody has been willing to take in emotionally the consequences of Zionism's early actions and the impact it had on all the peoples around it, the impact on Palestinians, the impact on Jordanians, on Lebanese, if they haven't gone through that process for themselves, they're never going to be open to your arguments because it just won't make sense to them. To them, it's the forces of light against the the people who want to tear down civilization. It's a completely different framing for them.
Right, but this is, I think, also kind of what mind boggles me is because at the same time as Israel is pushing their propaganda machine to the young generations and obviously to the IDF and yada yada yada, they also have blatant records that you can just go to the Jewish library for over there that
Yeah,
explicitly say their whole plan is that they want Egypt, they want Jordan, they want Syria, they want to be basically a part of Saudi Arabia too. They want all of what used to be Greater Judea, and they're willing to do anything to
right.
uh, achieve that. Like very much, as I always say, Israel is basically mid 1800s U.S. Exactly
Yeah,
right there,
yeah.
with
I
the
mean,
Manifest Destiny.
yeah, exactly. That there would be people wanting all or part of the Sinai, Lebanon up to the Litani River, most of Jordan. I mean, that they wanted specific chunks of territory is there from the beginning. It's in their own documents. It's said over and over again. You can read Ben Gurion's letters, his journals. All this shit's available, but it doesn't matter because that was always true here too. That's why I said it gets back to the emotional work that somebody has to do because it's not a factual argument when and this is one of the problems that people get into when they get into like arguments online. They're like trying to like debate something. You're frequently just talking past each other because they're not willing to hear that this stuff exists or matters. They always have a way of excusing it that makes sense to them. So there's not even a recognition that there's a kind of dishonesty there, because human beings, like we have a fantastic capacity to rationalize. We can make ourselves believe almost anything. I mean, how do you look at flat earthers, for fuck's sake? You know, humans can convince themselves of the most ridiculous bullshit as long as they're committed to it emotionally. People have to take those steps to unfuck themselves before those facts can ever penetrate. Somebody said what Jewish flag. They just mean archives, like what materials. There's a ton of public records that the government has declassified. There's tons of old documents from all the early founders of Zionists. All their letters like survived. All these things are archived, but people aren't going to use it. It's not accessible to them because it doesn't make sense. Like you can't process it. You can see it right there on the page, and it won't, and it can completely deny it. And I see this all the time in the US and tons of other areas where people try to have arguments and try to say, look, these are the facts. Look right here. These are the facts. Like, look at, I don't know, climate change issues, for example. I mean, the science has been clear on this for a long frickin' time. There's no way to empirically deny it. Or like evolution. Like, people are out there like, oh yeah, humans coexisted with dinosaurs, you know? I'm like, evolution is like demonstrable fact. We literally see it happening. We watch it happening all the fucking time. But it doesn't matter because the mental framing that they already have, the paradigm that they're in, their discursive frame makes it impossible to take that data in. Your discursive frames are like basically setting up the bounds of the knowable, like what could be accepted, what can be taken as a fact. For some Zionists, it is impossible to take in a lot of this information as facts. They will always reject it.
And then this is going to lead into my last question. How do you dismantle that sort of core emotional identity of being a Zionist for them to accept the truth and then hopefully maybe someday be in a peaceful one-state solution with Palestinians?
The short on that is that people always change their own minds. No one changes somebody else's mind. What can happen is if people feel safe and they feel heard and they themselves can become open to hearing things, they'll take in something that somebody else says and they'll chew on it on their own and they can change their mind. But you have to be in the right position to do that. So what often works best is if you're in a personal relationship with somebody, if you know them, like friends, family, and you can slowly over time, you're like leaving breadcrumbs for them to find their way out. But if you come at them like you're wrong, you're dumb, this is stupid, here are the facts, they will dig in their heels and they'll never hear a damn thing. If you can appear like open and have those conversations, try to understand where they're coming from and then respond in a way that matches where they are emotionally and leave bits of information so they can begin to question it on their own. And in that questioning, they can pull themselves out of it. There's a lot. I mean, if you want some stuff on that too, that you could DM me and I could dig out some stuff. There's like people who do work with like white supremacists, for example. It's one of the ones I've studied because I study racist movements, and the people that come out of that, it's almost always through some kind of personal relationship with somebody that helped them to reach a state where they could open themselves to it, where they could feel like it's possible for me to challenge my own identity. Because it's very hard for people to set aside something that has become a part of who they are, it's part of how they see themselves. But if they can feel safe enough to do that, it works. It happens all the time. But in an argument, in a discussion, just like laying something out, you can't unfuck somebody. They have to unfuck themselves. They have to come out of it. But there are ways to learn like different techniques to kind of help leave those breadcrumbs, or different like framing techniques too. There's some good books on rhetoric I could give you, where you look at how people, like what their morality is, how they think about things, and then you take your position and then reframe it in language that would make sense to them, that helps them to get to that point. Whereas if you frame it the way you do, or in your terms, in your conditions, it just will go right over their heads. because
Right.
we all do start in different places, you know.
Right. So Jackie wants to know the exact sources that state just kind of like Israel's version of manifest destiny and their blatant sort of supremacist values that they've inflicted. I know for Plan D, which is relating to the Nakba,
Do you mean
I
sources that contradict their narrative, or the sources that explain their narrative?
the sources that she means in the sense like the proof of where Israel has stated they wanted all of
Oh,
basically
God.
what used to be Judea, what they're willing to do for it, yada yada yada. I mean, opposing their propaganda on the Jewish library.
Okay, so things that okay, so there's a number of good starting places in terms of books you can turn to. So for the international situation, dealing with a lot of the states around there, you can look at like Avi Shlaim's Iron with the Iron Wall, where because he's a diplomatic historian and he basically deconstructs all the Zionist arguments about their relationship. So where we want peace and the Arabs always want to fight us, but we always want peace, it's completely the opposite. The Israelis repeatedly refused efforts to create peaceful relations. So he pulls all that material together and lays it out. For things like the Palestinian flight or Nakba, you can look at Ilan Pape's Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine is a pretty good use of a lot of those resources. If you want actual documents, letters, primary sources, and whatnot, there's a lot of things like that that I have in collections, but the problem with much of it is it's not translated into English, so it's not terribly useful to most people, because a lot of this stuff is you have to be able to do archival research in Hebrew, or even in European languages, because plenty of people also wrote in, German, Yiddish, tons of other things. But the material is available. But there are a number of if somebody wants to like connect with me or whatever, and can activate the little DMs part, we can go back and forth, and I can help figure out what they most need, and then direct them to specific books that can help answer questions like that. But I always like to ask people. I always like to ask questions first and figure out what do they most need? What book would be most useful? Rather than just like, here's a bunch of shit that I know, because I mean, there's too many books on this shit,
Dr.
Yeah.
Liam, thank you for the guest opportunity. It's 2 a.m. in Chicago, so I'm going to go to sleep, but thank you so much, and thank you to all the guests.
I'll drop down to. I'll stick around in the chat for now, Doctor. That it's been a pleasure actually to join your panel yesterday and today. I really appreciate it. You tackled so many great options, and it's fascinating every time to hear you talk. So yeah, I appreciate the opportunity, and I'll definitely be in the chat for a while, and will definitely be tuning in for future lives. Thank you.
Thanks. I always appreciate people's questions and hearing their thoughts. It's always really interesting to see where people are coming from, what they've already known or encountered, how they've dealt with some of these issues before. So yeah, I always enjoy these kind of back and forths.
Thank you. It's really great. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Professor, thank you so much. Dominic has such a page, and I peeked in yesterday, and it was very interesting. And I joined. I've been live since on and off since 9:30, I guess. And I would like to thank you for keeping this live. I hope this is gonna be an ongoing thing. But I have a question about so this is all the capitalism system we have in the West, mainly in the US, of course. Why do people have such a bad idea what communism is and what it leads to, like socialism in general? Because I come from Central Asia, Uzbekistan, and Soviet Union, blah blah blah, and all of that. It's crazy how they have this monstrous idea of the system that was in place. Of course, it failed. Everybody knew it was going to fail, but why do people have such negative attitude towards that, especially in the US? And the second part would be, I know Chinese systems, like it's communism, but with a Western influx of the Western finance. But do you think it can sustain its economic situation without kind of being involved with the U.S., especially like if it's going to come to changing world order? Of course, I don't know if you have ever watched the video of Ray Dalio. He's an economist. He probably had what is it called, like a brokerage, and he has very good insights in changing world order. And then the U.S. is actually in a decline, and then China is an emerging economy, but it's communism still. Why is it working?
Okay, so two different. I have to scroll things down because if there's
Yes.
two questions, there's no way I'll remember both of them.
Yeah, of course. I'll remind
Okay,
you, of course.
uh, yeah. Hopefully, I've got enough notes to remember them, and we won't need
Oh
to.
yeah.
But
The first part
if
is like,
so,
why do
I'll ask
Americans
again.
have Americans
First part
about,
about the U.S. Okay, so much of that just gets into the same long-term process that made it difficult for socialist ideals to take off in the first place. The interests of capital are opposed to it, and because they have money, they can produce books and newspapers and plant articles
right.
and push things. So it's essentially a propaganda model of media, and it's difficult to push back against that because that's actually one of the reasons. Somebody was talking earlier about the think tank culture on the right in the U.S. Those think tanks were created intentionally as part of a plan there because it creates a veneer of respectability and trust when it comes from a particular nonprofit association or whatever, and you're cranking out scholarly works or whatever. So people have like, I can look back and here's all this research that supports my bullshit ideas. And it gets much harder then to present an alternative to people when you don't have that money that provides that veneer of legitimacy. So it's always a bit of an uphill battle. Where it's worked, it's because of direct person-to-person interaction that spread those ideas, and people were willing to. Some people were willing to put the work in themselves and study it, and others were willing to talk to people and could accept those ideas based on their own experiences. When you're treated like absolute shit, think about the factory conditions in the 19th century. It's a little easier to see that the bosses and the owners are the enemy. But when they started giving us a little bit more scraps from the table and people could find a way to live relatively comfortably, then it's easier to believe their lies. That's the genius of a lot of the changes in the middle of the 20th century. And the reason that it's so hard today is honestly the welfare state. It's the reason that socialists oppose the creation of the welfare state. As soon as you start pushing people's wages up and providing healthcare and education, all these like social services and whatnot that help out, well, that means that we no longer have to tackle the real problem because people are more comfortable. And when you're comfortable enough, it's easy enough to swallow the lie that everyone can become rich and the system actually is fair. So we essentially fucked ourselves by allowing our living standards to improve without actually changing the system itself, which means it's always in danger of backsliding, and it does frequently. But as long as they give us just enough crumbs, enough people will believe the bullshit. So it makes the propaganda more powerful, if that helps. Does that cover enough of like the why it's difficult, or because there's a whole lot of parts of this, but I think that gets to
It's a deep
part of the
subject.
core.
I kind of knew, of course, propaganda plays a
It
role.
is a big subject, yeah. But I think the biggest one to cling to is it's not as simple as just saying good propaganda. People have to be in a position where that propaganda can make sense to them. And it makes, I mean, you've got tons of people that are making $30K a year that are ardent defenders of capitalism because they think that people having small businesses or having the ability to buy a truck makes him a capitalist. And it just doesn't. But he's in a position to believe the lies because he actually can make his bills and he's getting by and he thinks that the system is working. So,
Right.
yeah.
The second part of the question, do
But the
you
Chinese system?
actually? Yes, of course.
Yeah. The Chinese system is socialistic, although it is a blend between socialism and a capitalist welfare state at this point because private businesses exist, but private property doesn't. So it's an interesting hybrid. You can't own the land, but you can totally own a factory and have shares and make profits and everything else. So it's not as socialist as the Soviet Union was. It's definitely slid away from many aspects of socialism as an ideal. But it still has some parts of it. It's not comparable to the welfare states of Scandinavia, for example. It is still partly socialistic. It's more sustainable in economic terms because it's a hybrid. So it has the advantage that the welfare states themselves do, because they blend in certain elements. Like the Scandinavian systems, they're not at all socialist, but they compensate for a lot of the downsides of capitalism in a way that makes capitalism itself a little bit more sustainable. Not as much as it could be otherwise, but it's a bit more sustainable. So the Chinese system can work in that way. China's bigger threats are related to democratization, as more and more as they start turning to more and more of an internal consumer base and less dependence upon exports to us, for example, and their population grows more and more affluent, people will eventually want real civil rights because people associate the concept of a market economy with basic political freedoms. That's like the core, like the liberal ideology always had both. It was the economic freedom and the social one, and China is an authoritarian state, very overtly so. And the party maintains a stranglehold still on power, and I don't think that that's sustainable in the long run if the population grows comfortable enough to be willing to try and change it. So it's how they can steer that, though. I think the lesson that the Chinese took from the collapse of the Soviet Union and all the so-called shock therapy and whatnot, and how it turned, Russia into a gangster state and a lot of Central Asia, into corrupt autocracies and whatnot. I think the lesson they took from that was trying to improve the economic situation first, and then try to steer through political reforms, where Gorbachev tried to do both at once.
Yeah, with the perestroika. Yeah.
Yeah, so because by opening up publishing and creating an actual public sphere, like for the first, Russia had never had a free press, and it did under Gorbachev. And you could start a new newspaper and you could publish anything you want, and suddenly people could do investigative journalism, and when they could say look, all this openness they're talking about, and they're still lying about Chernobyl. Like they could prove the lies, and that it got people to say, you know what, the system as a whole is fucked. It's irredeemable, and it kind of it turned a reform movement into a kind of revolutionary mood. So I think the Chinese are trying to avoid that.
It was surprising that it didn't include any war or kind of civil war kind of situation during the collapse of the Soviet Union. It just disseminated into smaller political systems. Well, mainly, of course, controlled by Kremlin. To this day, our presidents are kind of at the brink of an eye. I mean, they always listen to Putin, which is frustrating. And our people most of them actually are not aware of what's going on within the system, the economic system, political system. Pretty much 100% depends on the Russian, I would say, the Kremlin system. But how would you imagine liberating most of the Central Asian countries? And within the Russian system, there are a lot of countries the people, of course, mainly, they want freedom out of Kremlin. And I was actually, when the war started in Ukraine, I was rooting for Kremlin to fall apart and our countries kind of becoming more Western leaning. But in that sense, I don't think the West has also not been that good of an example for us to copy, you know?
Right. I guess I would try to complicate some of that. Like just to start with, I'd say that there actually was a good bit of violence in the dissolution of the Soviet Union, and I don't just mean like the putsch attempt, the short-lived coup and things like that, and I don't mean Yeltsin's internal coup, but more like the Armenian Azeri war is still not resolved.
Right,
The,
right,
the situation in like Transnistria in Moldova is still not resolved.
right.
There's the Chechnya issue. There's fighting in Georgia. There the two breakaway republics that are really just Kremlin puppets. So there's a civil war in Georgia. There was violence in a lot of places, and many of the societies that came out afterwards have fallen into a kind of like regrettable ethno-nationalism that targets Russian minorities. Ukraine did that to some extent. Estonia has done that. I mean, there's a lot of
Yeah.
places where because people moved all around when it was the Soviet Union, and in the aftermath of that, it creates all kinds of weird internal dynamics in many places.
Mm-hmm.
To your bigger question, though, about how you can break Moscow's stranglehold to some extent, or like improve the situation for the Central Asian states, I think where I'd come from on a lot of that is that it's less a matter of the Kremlin exercising direct control and more a matter of their interests align with the post-Soviet autocracies there, and they support each other.
Right.
Because you had in many places it was literally the same Soviet era leaders that just took over and created a new system where they tried to set things up so that they never actually lost power, and they maintained a stranglehold in most of those 5 states ever since. It's been very problematic in most of them, but they're internal problems. And the difficulty you have in a lot of those is that the Soviets, while they built some institutions, which is why 15 countries could come out of that,
Mm-hmm.
it didn't do enough to build good civil society institutions because it was never a free society. So
Right.
you don't have a history of like independent labor unions, a free press, tons of free civil society institutions that really could provide a source of resistance to that authoritarianism.
Mm-hmm.
To liberate those Central Asian states, they have to build that. They have to build civil society and a public sphere and union movements and everything else, things that can put pressure on their own government. But right now, like, yeah, Moscow helps, but it's more a matter that they lean on each other. It's like a little A-frame, like in the same way that like it's the same relationship that Moscow has with Minsk. Like Belarus and Russia help each other to remain corrupt autocracies because
Right.
on their own they'd be weaker, and the rest of the world could push back against them. They would feel that they're at a disadvantage vis-a-vis the European Union, for example. But
Mm-hmm.
the more of these countries work together, the stronger they feel, and they can collaborate in like crushing internal dissent and whatnot. And that's what will make it really complicated for people on the ground to really build good alternative institutions there, is that it's in many ways the agreements that have been signed, there's tons and tons of bilateral and multilateral deals that have been signed in the last 30 years. What you kind of have is something, I don't know to anybody who knows much European history, it's a little bit like the old Concert of Europe that Metternich put together, where these countries are able to intervene in each other's affairs to protect the conservative elite there, to prop it up. So if
Mm-hmm.
there really is a credible threat that could liberate one of these Central Asian states and create a real democracy, Russia would feel uh, free to intervene.
Right. Right.
So it means you kind of have to build transnational networks. You have to try to build liberatory movements in several countries at the same time, which
Same
is a
time.
much more complicated problem.
Right. But I would very much would love to see our countries liberated from this corrupt political
Would too.
system,
I would too.
you know.
Yeah,
But
I would too. Yeah. So I mean, yeah, I've been fascinated by Russian and Soviet history for a long time. And actually, I'm in the process now. The guy who's been teaching Russian history at one of my campuses for 30 years is retiring, and I'm going to get to take over that class, which is fun. So I'm in the process of writing my own version of one. It's in I in doing that whenever I write a new course on an issue like this that has so many interesting separate parts to it. The tendency in classes like that is often to talk about Russian history and Soviet history and then back to Russian history, and you leave out the rest of it. And I want to interweave a whole bunch of like Central Asian and Siberian history into it because Russia was a colonial power and it seized
yes,
control of these territories and it colonized them and it really fucked up the social
brutalized.
structure in all of them, and it
Yes.
continues to maintain a heavy amount of influence ever since. So, in talking about Russian history, you have to talk about its colonies, and then
Hmm.
you have to talk about how they existed in the Soviet system. And then once the Soviet Union breaks apart, don't just go back to talking about Russia. Keep talking about Uzbekistan and Tajikistan, and they're all part of the story. So
Yes.
I'm going to make sure that they're included in when I have that class. So because yeah, I this is a huge problem, and it's one that we really should pay more attention to. But it's
Right.
one that most of Europe and the U.S. is completely blind to. We pay no attention at all to what's going on there. As long as the gas flows, no one seems to care what's going on.
Right. Professor, I'm not going to take other people's time. Thank you for so much for answering, but I would like to end with this. Um, I don't know if you know Chip Barnes. He's a cool guy. He has an MBA in management, and I watch his lives as well. And he recently set up his Telegram account, Telegram, which is a messenger app
Mm-hmm.
outside of the US, which has a lot of
Right.
user base. And we set up we've already set up a group for people to kind of, spread news and information. And it's way, what do you call it? Secure than WhatsApp, I would say, because I always am, on the lookout for, of course, the US tracks everything, but it's the matter of your security, that data security. And if you want to just go ahead and do that for the people on your channel on TikTok, it would probably make more sense in terms of, I know what you always talk about. It's very interesting. I would love to follow that, but then your TikTok might be flagged and it might go down. And the only way to keep people on the hook is to have other means of exchange. So,
So I guess you're suggesting putting together some kind of something where people could follow a more secure messaging system and then stay
yes,
in touch. So if this disappears, I
if
don't
this
suddenly
disappears,
lose my way of talking to y'all.
yes, exactly. I
Okay,
know
cool. Yeah. Fine.
Dominic. Yeah,
Yeah.
Dominic has also, well, they use a lot of the Middle Eastern countries. They use Telegram, and Telegram has been
Mhm.
part of our region, Central Asia, because it was, set up by this Russian guy, and then the Russian guy, he didn't
Right.
give the encryption keys to the Russian state, and then they had to, he had to flee to Dubai, and now he's running the company from Dubai. But it's way secure than WhatsApp because WhatsApp gives
Right.
the keys to your chats, personal chats,
Exactly.
group chats. So I mean, I'm not saying it has to be like this, T group kind of chat. No, I'm just saying if you want it to be secure and then not to lose
Mhm.
your audience, I would probably just set it up just in case, like, for it can be a channel. It doesn't have to be a group where people can chat back and forth, but it can be like a channel for you to actually post stuff. And it's way more interactive than WhatsApp. It has more features. Please look it up. It's called Telegram.
No,
And
I have accounts on both of them, but I've never figured out properly how to use them.
oh,
Um, so
yeah,
I tried looking at I tried looking at Telegram very recently, and I did set up a WhatsApp before, and I gave up on that too. The way it's structured confused the hell out of me. What I'd used to keep in touch with some people before was was Signal, which also was an encrypted
Right.
messaging system, and I've also used Discord servers.
Oh,
Although
Discord
it
is
doesn't have
great
the same.
though.
Yeah, it doesn't have the same kind of hardening against governments or whatever, but it was useful to kind of I absolutely know how to run a Discord server and structure that. I I'm a complete clueless novice with Telegram, so if that is turns out to be preferable, maybe people can talk about these things and figure out what people would most like to use. If y'all want Telegram, I'm probably going to need some help to figure it out because I don't have time to learn.
Oh yeah. I mean, if you need help to set it up, it can be your channel, but I can be an admin to just kind of set it up and then have people. You can actually have different topics like for different chats within one group so that people just go to that specific tab. I mean, you have a lot of things to talk about, and then I love listening to a lot of different areas. So people might be interested in just signing up. But I know if Discord is also has that feature, but I'm not sure about the security of the Discord. So I mean, you might
Yeah, I
consider.
don't either. So
Right.
if we could look into that, and if people think that that's secure enough, I already know how to run those, and I've done it a number of times to keep different groups together. Once our physical links came apart. But again, if we want to use that, then yeah, I have to figure out how all that works and how to set that up. But
Right. This
I'm
guy
willing.
was.
I'm happy to do it. So
Oh yeah, of course.
we
I'll
can talk.
if you want, how do
I
I
sent
can
a
text
I
you.
sent one of those little follow things to you. So if you follow me back, then we have the DMs open at least
Of
on
course. Yeah.
TikTok, and we can figure it out from there.
Right. This guy was asking, have TikTok accounts been flagged or taken down for topics like this? Well, to be honest, if we keep talking about, Zionism and what they're doing is wrong, they're probably gonna flag us and then they're gonna take us down. It happened to Chip just for, showing, this, I mean, babies were being unalived on TikTok for like a matter of
Mhm.
seconds, and then they revoked his live access, so he can't go live. But he has a
Yeah.
backup account. I would probably advise you to do the same, Liam,
Mhm.
just
I,
to
I,
be on the safe side. Yes.
yeah. I actually do have I'm actually I have it open on a different computer right now. Actually, I have
Yes.
an office hours backup account. Um, but the it's one of the reasons I've avoided using actual footage from this in any of the videos I put up so far
Yeah.
because
Please not.
I
Please
think
don't.
they're going after they go after things like that a lot more. Where if it's just me like ranting into my phone, I think they're
Right.
less likely to care right now. But actual use of footage that you know, yeah.
But I will
But
definitely
yeah,
help you to set up the Telegram account, and then the group
sounds good.
chat so that, yeah, perfect. Thank you so much for
Yeah,
bringing me
cool.
up, and I would love to join again once more if I have some questions.
Yeah, that sounds fine. Yeah, I don't know what kind of schedule I'll come up with for where I can do this or how often. Right now it's enough to float around, but I'll put up announcements, whenever I know I do have time to do one, and I'll eventually come up with a regular schedule that I know works.
And out of curiosity, I know like you're spending 3, 4, 5 hours. Yesterday you were up probably like for like 6 hours, and it takes a lot of time and energy. I would love to help you to get it monetized. I know Dominic has helped you to set up this account, but in
Yeah,
order for you to kind of,
that would help a lot to justify the time too.
of course,
But
a
the
lot of the things what I would recommend, I know TikTok saves your live sessions, but if I have to, we have to kind of research about that. But if we can get like a content, like a video content for you, for the things we talk about, just to have a video material for you to disseminate, because it's gold. I mean, we don't want to lose that. And then
you mean in
having
terms of saving the stuff?
it can be
Uh,
saved, yes.
I didn't yesterday because when I fired up the thing yesterday, I was only expecting to be on for a few minutes as I figured out how it worked. And then people got me sucked into talking, and I just kept talking with people. Because this, when this gets interesting and I enjoy what people are saying and what they're contributing and their questions and whatnot, I stopped noticing that I'm tired. So I was up for
Right.
24 hours yesterday. And so I'm doing this again. I'm still up late here, and I only slept 4 hours last night. But the way I'm using the backup account right now is it's running on my laptop and it's recording this session.
Oh, awesome,
So
awesome.
if you guys want, I can then upload this later to my YouTube, like I did with the Dominic one. It doesn't save the chats, but it'll save all the actual voice participants,
Right,
and
right,
it'll
right.
be available that way. So I
I'll
figured
let
I'll
you
try
know
to
how.
save them just in case things disappear. If they shut down this account, I wanted to still have it.
Right, right, right. And then a lot of the things you talk about, I know like people would love to be here and listen to, but most of the time, I mean, we're busy with life, right? So
Yeah,
it would actually
for
help
sure.
us a lot to kind of get the juice for like with like a 30-minute video, and then if everything is backed with, data and science, just to have like, facts and everything, um, it would be incredibly helpful for a lot of people to just go through and like spend 30 minutes instead of being here for like 5 hours. But I
It'd be
appreciate,
interesting.
the effort.
Yeah, I don't know who would be able to have time, but if somebody has time and wants to volunteer to do it, what I could always do is because recordings like this, just like the one with Dominic or whatever, if they're going on for a long time, it's a shame I didn't have the last night. It's like 5.5 hours. But the thing about these conversations is they'll bounce around from topic to topic.
Right,
So what
right.
if somebody could take the raw footage from me and
Mm-hmm.
then top out sections. Somebody asks a question, and then here's a discussion that goes back and forth on that question. Once that topic is done, set that aside, and then I'll make a whole bunch of separate videos. And if somebody can do that and then identify what the topic is for each video, I can
Mm-hmm.
then compile a list of like good books or articles or whatever that might go with it. And then we could put each one up separately like that. I can create like a sub channel on my YouTube and have all these different Q&A parts on different topics that have come up.
Right. I guess
But someone would have time to go through the many hour live thing and separate it, and I know I won't be able to fit that in schedule wise.
no, I was actually offered my help for Chip, and I would love to do the same to you. Uh, Dominic could actually give me some insights because, yeah, he's actually good at cataloging questions and then the comments. Every time
Mm-hmm.
like someone comes up on like to live the next day, he can actually just go back to the log and then catch them with their lies, because they said something yesterday and then they're saying a different thing today, which is, I mean, especially when it comes to debating the Zionists, it's crazy. Like they just lie and lie and lie, on it never stops. So he's very good at debating them just because he remembers what they said, and then and he's probably he has more insight into what can be done when it comes to just
Right.
getting
I
the.
don't know how to save the chat at all. Yeah.
Oh yeah, if you want, if you can reach out. I mean, he loves the content. He actually recommended it, and that's why I came in. So if I don't know if he's gonna respond back to me, but if you can reach out to him, say this guy wants to help. If you can tell him like how to better structurize around the video and then the comments, I would definitely be able to help. Of course, depending on how much I can spare every day or every week,
Right.
and then we can work from there.
Yeah, maybe especially if we build this into like some kind of regular just Q&A time when people can pop in, ask different questions. If we can find maybe if there's several people, this is the kind of thing that I used to organize through Discord servers. But if we want to do it again through something else, we can do that. We can find several people that are willing to contribute to working on breaking the video into separate sections on
Right.
different topics. And whoever has time that week can tackle something, and if they so it can vary a little bit. But if people can do that work of of rendering the separate videos, and then you can upload them back to my drive. I can put them up on my YouTube very quickly, and that part's easy.
Right.
But actually going through the whole thing and separating the questions, there's just no way. But if we have a bunch of people that are interested in volunteering, then somebody's going to have time on any given week, and maybe we can get it done.
Oh yeah, let's get back on that, and then I can actually spare some time, and I would love to help if it's for a better cause, whatever, especially with this situation in Gaza. It's like I want to do whatever I can, especially like, feeling helplessness. It's just crazy. And then at least if I can do that,
Right.
just tackle the lies and propaganda, like I would feel probably better.
And I would honestly be happy if this continues to build up beyond that, because there are so many things I want people to care about that they just don't. But so if we can get people talking about what's happening in East Africa, what's happening in Burma, what's happening in Central Asia, there's just tons of things that could come up that it'd be an opportunity for different people to come together, to share resources, to have a conversation. Then we could post little sections there with like a video that includes like, some reading suggestions or whatever. And it's kind of like, alternative educational aid.
Right. Professor, it's funny that how things work out. It's just, I always see, the grand scheme of things. I've always been interested in like videography and photography and then editing and stuff. So I'm actually working on a poster right now about the Abbasid Caliphate. I mean, I'm taking a history class at a local school, and it's crazy how things have just come together. And then if I can be of help of kind of being part of something, let's say a YouTube channel. I know like there are a lot of journalists who do like independent journalism on the matter, on the things that are very pressing and breaking news. And let's say this guy Johnny Harris, he's ex-Mormon, and he used to work for Vox News, and now he runs his own channel, and then he's very educated. He's into maps, he likes this all kinds of infographics. And if I can kind of work on those skills that have not been working on for a long time, but just to revive them again and then be part of something useful and informative, I would love to change even careers. But I work in logistics, but but if I can be part of something, it's incredibly interesting.
Yeah, no, I feel you. I tried a few years ago to get a group together. We were calling it Rogue Media, and we were going to try and build something up that way, because I've long thought that, because it's in order to, I don't know, just to survive financially. I teach a ton of classes, and it's a lot of commuting for it. I would love to have it where I could cut down the number of courses and then do something else, like being a commentator or something, actually doing other forms of content like this. So that's what I was hoping for. But just trying to organize it just got too complicated, and I couldn't run enough of it myself. We needed more people than we had on hand to do it. But there's a handful of people that I know are still very interested in doing things like that and would still want to work with me. If we could maybe expand that, find other people through this medium that are interested in joining it, make a larger group of people that are willing to throw in things and have different skills. And then we could try to build something up. A friend of mine is actually a filmmaker, that we collaborated a number of years ago and made a whole bunch of great 30-second videos tackling topical issues, and he kind of made jokes and used little puppets, but they were to kind of have a fun way of attacking a serious topic. And it was a really, really fun time. I really enjoyed all that, but we had a hard time sustaining it, just the two of us.
Of course, it's like when I sometimes work on a video project, it gets incredibly not boring, but like if you shoot and then edit and then sound check, it's a lot of work. And then when you do that on your own, it's like No, I don't want to do that. Especially like when it comes to
Right.
like research-based content. It takes like, let's say, without doing the research, you cannot kind of do sketch, and then without having the right footages, it gets incredibly frustrating. So having people around you to do, like do this part, and then kind of having a team to work on a
Right.
project,
Exactly.
on a content,
Yeah.
or just one, let's say, post-Soviet countries. If you want to do video about that, it gets incredibly like complex, because it has a lot of 15 countries have different history. And well, I would love to take on a project like that, but then it's like, you're taking on a big monster, and then with you being alone, it's crazy. But I would love to be
Right.
available for something like that. And if it has, if we can have a vision for the future, and then, have this,
Right.
long-term plan with a mission out, it's going to be even more motivating for someone who doesn't see, what do you call it, an economic gain in the short run, but then the long term, of course, it's going to sustain a lot of lives. I mean, the group who manages. I mean, I've seen a lot of people who does this for a living, and then they can actually sustain their lives and then keep the good work.
Right. And we need to keep something like that going, because there's been fits and starts where I've tried it a number of times. To keep something like Rogue Media going, it needs to get to where I'm contributing like this, but I'm not having to organize the people, edit videos, do like the production stuff, like it, because we need to find people who can take on different tasks collaboratively,
Right.
and share that stuff, and then it can be consistent and sustainable.
Right. I would love
So
to
yeah,
meet you in person, but
I'd
you
love to
live in
put
Los
together something
Angeles.
like that.
Right.
Maybe even
mhm.
Okay. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, let's talk and figure out some kind of medium where we can, either Telegram, Discord, whatever, set up something where we can start talking about this stuff.
Of course.
And then we can try to we can start the process of like resurrecting a Rogue Media system.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And then I know I've taken a lot of time, but I apologize for
No
any
worries, yeah.
other people who wanted to join. And I live in Sacramento, North, California. So, but I would love to come and meet you in person. You live in
You're only a
Los
few
Angeles
hours away.
area,
right? I'm in the mountains above LA.
Oh, okay. I mean, not far. It's like 8-hour drive.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm 4 hours from the Eastern Sierras. I mean, I drive north all the time, and I'm like I'm 5 hours from the Bay Area.
Oh, that's good. Okay.
So you're not that far at all.
I'm not that far. Yes. Thank you so much, Professor. I'll be in touch. I'll make sure I'll follow you back. I already follow you, but I'll text you back, and then we can be in touch through Telegram or any means. But
sounds great.
Thank you so much.
It doesn't look like anybody else has been trying to come up for a while, so maybe this can wind down. I don't know. Let's see. Oh, look, there's one person that wants to pop up here. I'll do that.
Hello, professional.
Yeah. So,
yeah.
I'm gonna run to the rest
I've been following your channel because of Dom, because I'm one of the follower of his. So he actually redirected you to ask us to follow you and the TikTok. I mean, it's very educated when you actually explain the situation between Israel and Palestine. And right now, it's like there are a few questions that I like to actually ask, because I actually went through not only because of the 7th October that incidents, but probably the whole situation. I find it really very interesting is that because I think right now is that a lot of Israelians, they think that I would say that the Zionists is deeply rooted in their country. They were not able to differentiate between themselves, Israelians, and Zionists. So what's the situation to actually break down these two different groups of people within Israel?
Okay, yeah, because there are a lot of non-Zionist Israelis for sure. Give me just a second. Can I run to the restroom?
No problem.
Okay, I'll be right back. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Okay, hello.
No, yeah.
So you're looking to like know about different groups of Israelis, or how to separate Israeli from Zionist as an idea?
I would say that because sometimes it's like when we try to not say persuade, but explain the situation to the Israelian with this actually in the TikTok. It's like their mindset has been thinking that pro this protest is actually like goes against all the Israelis, but I don't think that this is related to that. Probably in the way is that the main things that we are opting for is to actually have a justified, fair human rights for those people in Gaza or even for the West Bank or even those persons that actually live abroad to able to return back to their homeland. So
Right.
after here and there of arguments or etc. kind of thing, they have a mindset that when we talk about this protest, it's really like goes against them. It's like they can't differentiate themselves as away from the Zionist concept. I'm not sure, is it because of the bring up of their own country to all the Israelis, or it's like, or should I say that it's because of they think that when we come out this protest or even like say to go for humanities, it's really like hurts them that much. So I would like to know in a right way or right words to actually sort of like persuading them that this is nothing to go against Israelis. We just want them to actually coexist with the peoples in
Right.
Gaza or even in West Bank to prevent for further
Yeah.
escalation.
Yeah. The tough part there is decoupling Israeli identity from Zionism, because the country never wrote a constitution. It left Zionism as its main ideological force and binding for its identity. So like the kind of nationalism that develops in the United States is a civic nationalism based upon certain institutions and documents. So, Constitution, Declaration of Independence, all that kind of crap that can be like this. This is what can unite Americans, not a common religion or this or that. The Israelis, they used Zionism for that. And that makes it very difficult to have these conversations because Zionism as an idea can't really share the land. It has to be somehow reconceptualized. So the key to a lot of that, I think, because a lot of Israelis support the idea of like a two-state solution, but that leaves Zionism intact. And ultimately, it won't really be able to share that land. So a lot of the people in Israel that support the idea of coexistence with Palestinians and a kind of two-state idea are sort of fooling themselves because they're not understanding what the consequences of the beliefs that they even have. I think that a key to it, and I wouldn't recommend looking into a lot of the anti-Zionist Israelis because many of them they're more fringe players, either religiously or politically. So, Communist Party types or like the some of the Haredi groups that don't like it. I think a better model is to look at the some of the post-Zionist movements. There's a lot of people there that want to move beyond. Okay, so Zionism worked in the sense of it moved a bunch of Jews back into the area. Cool, so that's there. Now what is a question that a lot of them are asking. And the key there is to figure out how do you transition from an ethno-national idea that says all of this land is ours and only ours to we live here and we have a right to live here, but so do other people, and we need to come up with a way to coexist effectively with them. There's if you're interested in the topic, at least, I mean, there's some books on overcoming Zionism that I could suggest, but I don't beyond like individuals or certain groups I could point to. I can't really hook you up with a bunch of like people that would talk about it easily. But there are books on how to overcome Zionism, how to aim for a shared identity, a kind of like a shared one-state solution that leaves them in place. Because I think you're exactly right in the sense that a lot of Israelis and supporters of Israel are terrified that any discussion of Palestine, any equality for Palestine, destroys it as a Jewish state. They're no longer welcome. They feel like it's a kind of genocide for them. And that doesn't have to be the case. It's absolutely possible to let people feel secure in their home too, but also extend all of the same rights to Palestinians. But you have to change the way they think about it. They have to get over Zionism in a sense. They have to reconceptualize.
I do agree that because basically in my country, right, because I'm from ASEAN, my country is actually Singapore. We are surrounded by all the Muslim country, and also our population is around 30% Muslim, and Indian about 10 to 20%, and other races. So we can actually coexist together because the best thing is that our country fathers, Lee Kuan Yew, actually when they start up the country, is to actually gain an equal right to all race. Mm-hmm. When you have an equal right, it means of what kind of religion you are, you can actually have the rights to work, have the right to educate it, have the right to own a house, have the right to immigrants or come back to Singapore wherever you are. That means that you have to, to be like, as long as you are born or perhaps migrated as a Singaporeans, I think that coexistence is definitely is workable. It does work for a lot of countries. This is what
there's a lot of places where it works.
Yeah, this is what we call a melting pot. So I would say that in the first place, when Israel actually start up the country in the sense of only like a Jewish state, it really have no turning point to them.
Right.
Yeah. So now is that how we're going to make a U-turn back? I believe that a lot of people, I believe that a lot of Israelis love peace. And a lot of people stay over there, they wish to actually end this kind of like, you call it a war or genocide or unliving, etc. kind of thing. You know, it's when you start all this thing, it's like definitely a lot of people will be killed, regardless of children or women or even the old people or your own country people. So how to live as coexistent together is something that your policy, your country policy, has to implement. That's a very big, a real thing is that, I'm sorry to say that, because right now, the right wing of Israel's government, especially not only Bibi, but a lot of people in Israel governments, actually trying to push the narrative that, if I let the H group coexist, means that my people, my Israeli, will be kicked out of the land. This is not right.
Right.
And I think,
Yeah, for sure.
I think it's that if you keep on having this mindset, there's no way that it comes with peace. A lot of
Right, exactly. We'll never get there.
so a lot of peace talk, a lot of things that comes in stopping the war is to have a lot of deep, truthful thoughts, discussion. And I think right now is that both parties, regardless of Israel or Palestine, they are not engaging a very truthful talk. Of course, because of a lot of interest, a lot of so-called their politics that they have to implement, or perhaps they want a grief of their power within the government. But at the end of story, the people or the common peoples within their country is the one that's suffering.
Mm-hmm. They are hurting themselves, and a lot of people do want peace. They want a normal country. They don't want the long-term fight. But it's difficult for people to imagine true coexistence because they've been raised in an environment that teaches a specific form of ethno-nationalism. So the trick is going to be somehow overcoming that. I sometimes use as like an example in classes talking about attitudes. I got to know an Arabic language instructor there. Teaches Arabic at university. So she understands it well. Blah blah blah. But she doesn't actually talk to Arabs. And I found out one day and was just shocked that she didn't actually understand the Levantine form of Arabic. She only understands the modern standard. And I'm like, well, why don't you just like go down the road here and talk to people? And she was just scandalized, like, but I'm a Jew. Like, why would I talk to Arabs? This sense that you can live a block away from each other and simply never interact is so difficult for a lot of people. They are raised to be terrified of Arabs. They're raised to avoid the areas because the state doesn't want them to interact because, again, there's an ideological block. So what people have to do is really humanize the other side of it and overcome the exclusivity of Zionism itself. They have to understand that they can be Israelis and they can live there without being Zionists. And that, I think, it's a difficult bridge for people to cross mentally. It's something that is little discussed inside Israel. I've had a lot of conversations with Israelis over there on issues like this, and the only people really willing to do that kind of stuff are generally on the far left. Most people have never even encountered these ideas. It's not in the media. It's not in schools. No one talks like this. Zionism is it for most of them. So they can't separate Israeliness from Zionism. And that's what has to happen for that to work. Hey, come on, cat. Jeez.
Oh, your cat's so cute.
She's pushing the phone, trying to knock it over, like to get attention.
What breed is that?
Yeah, what was that?
What is the breed of your cat?
Oh, cat. Yeah, just generic,
Oh,
Felis domesticus. She's a little fluffy.
yeah,
She's a longer haired cat,
correct.
but she's just a generic long haired cat.
That's cute.
But but they are all, yeah, they're all super friendly. They're all super cuddly. I have I like rescuing abused animals, and then because I like working with them psychologically, making them feel safe again. So it's she's been with me for a dozen years now. She's now my current oldest.
Especially for those cat when you try to nimble around the backside, they tends to be very active with
Yeah,
that.
they love turning around and sticking their butt in the camera too.
Yeah.
So I'm always trying to like push the tail down. No, don't stick your ass in the camera. No one wants to do that.
That's cute.
But yeah,
I would say that it's like
if you want to have those conversations with people, yeah, there's a bunch of things I can recommend about, like, where scholars are trying to lay out what an alternative vision would look like. What could a one state solution look like? What could a non-Zionist state look like for them? That could help, because if we have that stuff in mind when you're having the conversations with people, you can find a way to help them feel still secure, like that this isn't some kind of genocidal idea. They aren't all going to be chased out. They're not all going to die if they give up Zionism. That it's possible to live there. And sadly enough, it was proposed from the beginning. You had people on both the Jewish and Palestinian side proposing, why don't we just like create a democracy and everyone has rights and we're all fine here.
I think that was the ex-prime minister in 1993 was actually almost signed the agreement, but it was being assassinated. That was the
one in
the
one in 1999.
Yeah, correct.
Oh no, not that never could have worked. No. I'm talking about things in like the 1930s. And after that, you still saw occasional, like, there were still discussions occasionally of binationalism. Palestinians still brought it up every now and then in the 1960s. But every deal the Israelis have ever proposed, like the government has ever suggested, has always involved a non-sovereign state for Palestinians. They don't want to actually live with them side by side, because to them it's always a demographic threat to the way they understand an ethno-state.
That's a very strange thing. I feel that
that.
if I say they can propose to be like one state and able to live coexistent with the Palestinian people, right? Those countries that around them, in regardless Egypt, United Arabs, or even Turkish, etc., they would think that, okay, your country can live and coexist with us. Why do I want to bomb you? You understand what I mean?
I'm not sure I understand the question there. Do you mean that? What do you mean about the states around Israel?
I mean that if I say they can actually like comes up with one state solution and able to prove that they are able to live coexist in that region, I think that the security level of right now they are experiencing now will decrease so much lower.
The security level would be lower?
Because, like, right now it's like a lot of Israel think that, I can't live with Arabic country because of they are very aggressive as a truck out thing. It's like, two different groups, two different races, two religion. You have to come in and agreements that, to say that, okay, I live here, I was not a threat to you. So in order to to prove that, there's always a certain steps that you need to take.
Yeah, okay. To build confidence, so people, okay, so the one trick there is, and this is difficult, because as long as people are really clinging to Zionism and it's the way it's conceived of, and a lot of the fears that have been built up based on that ideology, it's difficult to actually look at the facts of this. The Arab states were never actually a threat. They never were. Um, Israel would the people who live there, the Israelis themselves, would be a lot safer without the concept of Zionism. And the states around it, all the countries around it, they've wanted to deal with them all along. It's been difficult because the people in their countries sympathize with the plight of the Palestinians, and that constrains the business elites who want to trade with the Israeli companies and the governments who want to interact with Israel as a state. So they've been kind of like stuck. They all want to use it as a kind of economic motor to make everyone richer in the area. Because Israel has a fully developed economy. It has the 17th highest living standard in the world. What it has already could expand outward to all of these Arab states, and they could all build up based on that interaction. But as long as Zionism exists, people are terrified of the Arabs, and as long as Zionism exists, the Arabs are going to be pissed at Israel because it is an ethno-state that is oppressing Palestinians. So they have to get over that first. If they can let go of that idea of an ethno-state, then they could integrate fully into the region and be accepted in the region, and everyone would benefit. It would be far more peaceful than it's ever been. But it's a difficult step because people really have to make a paradigm shift internally, and that's very difficult for Israelis to do because they're raised with a kind of bunker mentality that the whole world is out to get them, that they're surrounded by enemies and that they have to work together, and that only this kind of like ethnic solidarity amongst the Jews there can ever hold them together. The idea of actually embracing the cultures around them as brothers is very difficult. It's a difficult step for people to take. So
I do agree.
yeah.
I do agree about that.
But in the long run, it's the only peaceful solution. It's the only way we can ever get this to work. But it does take it's going to take a lot of soul searching inside him, and I think we do need to get. And this is one thing that I've tried to tell a lot of pro-Palestinian folks over the years. If you're going to interact with Zionists, and if you want to actually talk to them, and if you want to change minds, you have to address them from the concerns that they have, the perspective they have, to try and like figure out what are the fears, what are the things that you've been taught, and then learn how to deconstruct that with them, rather than just telling them, look, you're oppressing other people, because you're always going to get a so what. It doesn't matter to them, because they don't care. There's no reason to care. And we're approaching it the wrong way by trying to get people to care about the Palestinians without first figuring out where they are and how their heads were fucked up by nationalism in the first place. If you can help them to get past that, I think we can actually reach more people. And I've done that on a personal level. I've literally taken Israelis into the West Bank to meet people in refugee camps, and it just mind blown sitting there having coffee with people and humanizing them and hearing from people, no, I don't want to kill you, I don't blah blah blah, I want to I just want peace and dignity and freedom for myself too. But without that personal touch, it's very difficult to do. I think that if we're going to interact with people online, if we're going to have conversations, if you guys want to engage with Zionists, you have to find a way to frame the arguments in a way that recognizes where they are, that will help them to let go of that fear so that they can humanize the other side of this. Does that make sense? I hope. I don't know, I'm
Because it's
rambling a
like,
little.
what's the differences of we as a human to an animal? Because we know how to talk, we know how to communicate with each other. We have a touch of humans to be sympathized with anything, even through animals, etc. kind of things. So the very effective ways is to do a communication instead of like guessing game that I feel that you are danger, I should weaponize myself so that to protect myself. This is not effective communication skill.
Mhm. Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's the whole thing. It is really it's a tough nut to crack. But I'm it's I am still in the long run very hopeful that people can learn to talk to each other, but it does take work, and I I'm not sure how to to encourage that beyond just sharing my experiences doing it or whatever, or suggestions for things to read. But I 'cause um I'm better with intellectual topics than I am with um this kind of stuff. But I want to help people however I can that really care about the Palestine issue to actually have the right kind of arguments, the right kind of tools to approach the Israelis. Because if we can make better arguments, if we can win people over there and stop them from lashing out violently out of fear, if you can actually find a way to break through the armor that they've built up, then we actually could get somewhere, I think.
Uh,
Oh, it looks like
Benito,
somebody else
you
wants
need
to say something,
to
actually.
need to talk something.
What was that?
The guy beside me, there's he want to talk something,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Yeah.
Benito. Yeah, yeah,
Hey, how's it going, brother? I was just
yeah. So,
patiently waiting my turn. I didn't want to be rude or interrupt.
yeah, yeah.
I caught your live, I want to say about a week ago, and
Oh, the one with Dominic.
yeah,
Yeah.
it was long, and I really enjoyed especially the first portion, where you kind of like went through the history, like from beginning to end, basically the Jewish people up into like modern times. And I like some of the
Mhm.
rhetoric you speak, and I'll give some like background on myself. I grew up in Israel. I was born there, lived there until I was a kid, moved back to the military, and then now live in Mexico. And I've agreed with you on a lot of points, and I think you start off really well by acknowledging the fact that Jews are people who are from that part of the world, which I've seen all too
Mhm.
long this last, ever since October 7th, people constantly trying to denigrate and basically distance Jews from the region and say we're all Khazars or we're all some other crazy thing. So I want
Yeah.
to start by saying I respect a lot what you said on that live, where you were very adamant, like, hey, these are people with ties and are legitimate in this region.
Yeah, I have a tendency. I try to be nice about things, but if people want to, anybody can get angry at what I'm saying because in some ways I'm disagreeing with
Sure,
everybody.
sure, and that's how I know you're
Because
you're speaking
there's
to
harmful
truth, and
rhetoric on all sides of
yeah,
this.
and that's how I acknowledge like you're making a valiant attempt to speak to truth and from a historical perspective, from a education background. Um, and I acknowledge and I like the points that you made as well. I'm just going to blow some smoke your way and say like I acknowledge and like the fact that you said similarly with Palestinians, many especially in Judea and Samaria, in like Hebron, in Shem, and Nablus, are like basically that region that the Judean hills are most likely descended themselves from people who have been ran over by the wheel of history as well. They're most
Mhm.
likely Jewish
Yeah.
farmers who. So I spent a lot of
Yep.
time, especially post service,
They became Christians and then
et
Muslims,
cetera,
and
et
yeah.
cetera. So I have nothing but empathy and a lot of consideration after my service. I spent time and I lived with a Palestinian family in East Jerusalem and visited Hebron and Shem. But a couple of things, like I guess where I don't want to be argumentative, but I want to be contrarian, is around the space of like Zionism and your use of the term of it. Like I think the majority of Jews and specifically Israelis use the term Zionism as the aspiration of the Jewish people to be sovereign people on the land to where they're from. Obviously,
Mhm.
the Jewish people are not monolith. There's going to be diverging opinions on what that means for the inhabitants who were there. Um, I guess I wanted to use some of this time to like pick your brain, I guess, about like that history. Like, I personally don't believe that to be Zionist means that you're automatically exclusionary of Palestinian aspirations.
Yeah, I guess the way I put that is it is possible to reframe Zionism to give it a
Uh
different
huh.
meaning. Ultimately, what a lot of people meant by it was, and this is where there was so much diverse opinion, and it's really interesting to read the original 19th and early 20th century Zionist sources. There are a lot of people who just thought of it as like, we want to be a people like any other
Yeah, we
people.
want to be a
The
sovereign
problem
nation.
there
Yeah,
is that
sovereign people.
you'll see, but that's the part of the problem there is the those 19th century terms. So when we think in terms of like a a sovereign nation. So a nation is a group of people. If you're sovereign, you have a state that then serves the interests of that people. And a state that serves the interests specifically of Jewish
Uh-huh.
people is always going to have a problem with Palestinians. But
Sure.
it is possible to have different types of national identities.
Well,
You know,
I
it's
guess,
possible to have a national identity that
but
embraces
you're describing a
the difference as
specific
well.
subset of Zionism that would exclude non-Jewish people. And obviously, not every
Well,
frame of Zionism is automatically predicated
and
on,
that's what
yeah.
I'm saying. Yeah,
And
yeah.
so I don't
So
know, like when you say
so like Martin
reframe, it's
Buber,
like,
you know, was a Zionist.
but when you
Yeah.
say like reframe of Zionism, like you can even take it and zoom out a little bit as well, because like I
Mhm.
hate personally, this is like a hyperbole on my end, but like that I see everyone running around saying, "Oh, I'm not anti-Jewish, I'm anti-Zionistic," which I'm sure as yourself as a
Mhm.
historian of the Jewish people, it's like like that's such a crazy thing to put on us. Is there anti-Zionist Jews? Yes, but as you mentioned just moments before, that's like very niche Nuteri Karta type of people who them and themselves.
Yeah.
It's not that they're anti a Jewish state, but they want it in their own like zealot way. Like
After
yeah,
Hamashiach.
after the Mashiach,
Yeah.
when they like basically get all the Jews to follow the Torah to a T and follow every single
Hmm.
law to a
Right.
T. And then the Mashiach will come and then we'll batter the people out of there. So it's like the same end goal, but they want a different preface essentially.
Right.
But my point being is like Jews are
Yeah.
deeply connected to the idea. Zion, as you know, is just the term for Jerusalem. To
Next year in
yeah,
Jerusalem.
to
Yeah, I
raise
know.
up, to go up in elevation, basically, to
Yep.
yeah,
Yep.
to rise up to Jerusalem. And so Jews in every sense of our
Right.
culture have a tie to Zion, to Jerusalem, and to detach the Jewish
Right.
people and say, "Oh, I'm not anti-Jewish, I'm anti-Zionistic." I would obviously like I like what you're saying, where it's like you need to speak to us on
Hmm.
our own terms, and automatically coming when you
Hmm.
say to Jews like, oh, I'm anti-Zionist. Well, when we break the glass at our weddings, that's to symbolize the destruction of our temple. Every year we pray and we say next year in Jerusalem, like
Hmm.
every
Yeah, yeah.
every aspect of not
I
even
know.
if you're not a religious Jew, it's a cultural tribal thing. This to
Hmm.
have a sense of longing and desperation for a time when we were a people in our own place under our own rule. And so
Right.
Zionism comes out of this vacuum, right, where it's
Right.
reasonable, arguably, to say that Jewish people don't feel comfortable under the protection of other people. And if you were to ask
Hmm.
most Jews, even Jews who have little to zero interest in ever living in the state of Israel, the simple existence of a state where they know that worse come to
Yeah.
worse, if there is another situation, I won't say the H word, I don't want to get your live like in trouble, but I think Shoah you can say here, I'm not sure. But if there's something,
Yeah. No, yeah. We can get
yeah,
away with
if
that.
there's
Yeah.
something to that magnitude, we get a peace of mind to that. We have our people, we have our military, we have something that now
Right.
I want to jump to the next thing and say, me as a Zionist, like, and again, when people say I'm anti-Zionist, you exclude me from the conversation. And you talk about a new wave of Zionism. There's people like me, there's people like Rudy Hochman, there's lots of people in the Zionist space who are advocating for Palestinian rights as well. But
Hmm. I know. I have a lot of friends that do. Yeah.
I don't like this this segmentation where the only way you can be a good Jew is if you're an anti-Zionist Jew. And those people really have no interest in peace, or not in the
Hmm.
way that I think, not in the sense that they would want to live in Israel and actually deal with peace with people with boots on the ground. You know what I mean? Like they probably are Canadian American Jews who, oh, I'm anti-Zionist, and that's how real Jews are. That's such an annoying argument. It's such a petty like minority. But
Right.
So that's my philosophy. And like, so when you speak about New Zionism, we want to be included in the conversation, obviously. Like, people are deeply patriotic to Israel.
Right.
We have, as you know, we have 20% non-Jews, whether it's Circassian, Drusim, Druze,
Yeah.
whichever, in the state of Israel. And I served with people who were non-Jewish, especially the Druze. Everyone's incredible, but the Druze are just exceptional people. The Bedouin in the south, I've served and met with many of them. They came to our aid. They came from villages to come to Kfar Saba and to protect their fellow Israelis. And there's many non-Jews who feel a deep sense of pride in being Israeli as well. I mean, if you were to ask even people who may identify as being anti-Israel within the state of Israel, hold a blue passport, if you were to pose to them the question, well, would you, obviously not like get kicked out and move to Jordan, but if tomorrow Palestine could take over, say, the PLO, would you rather live under them or Hamas or Israel? And I think the majority of them would probably say, as much as I don't like the history of what's happening, as an Israeli citizen, I feel way more comfortable.
Oh yeah, but a lot of that same population would be fine emigrating too. So it's a more complicated topic at that point.
Immigrating to like the U.S.
There's
or
a point I want to raise if
you
that's
can ask all
okay.
the questions. Yeah, thank you for hearing me out. I
What
said
was
thank
that?
you for listening to my my dialogue there.
Oh yeah, no, I appreciate all of this. And honestly, I'm actually sympathetic to all of it too. It's difficult because the term Zionism has taken on some very negative connotations. It's for me personally, it's similar to the reason that I've frequently struggled with whether or not to, say, in the American context, call myself a socialist, because it has very specific meanings to people that ties them to like the Soviet Union and the Cold War, or part of like the weird redefinition where it's like social democracy, and it's oftentimes has nothing to do with what I would mean by it. So I struggle with whether or not to use the word at all, and I kind of feel similarly with Zionism, and what I kind of mean by redefinition or paradigm shift around it is a matter of um, the way that it has been co-opted by far-right ethno-nationalist ideologies. There are aspects of Zionism that were from the beginning extremely toxic, but also, I mean, but for every Jabotinsky and Ben Gurion, you had somebody like Martin Buber, who was entirely for rights for everybody and a kind of binational ideal, and hey, we have a right to live here, but so do you, and so there are ways of being Zionist without being, a hardcore ethno-nationalist in that
Absolutely,
sense.
yeah, yeah,
But
absolutely. But
but in the common, like in common language and discussions, I also tend not to I tend not to use anti-Zionist
mhm.
either. So I wouldn't say, hi, I'm an anti-Zionist Jew. I'm not. But at best, I'd say like I kind of agree with a lot of the more post-Zionist sort of ideals where, okay, a state exists, people are here, a Hebrew culture has been revived, it is functional. Now, how do we find a way to coexist and really integrate in this environment? So I think what needs to happen is that Zionism has to take on a different sense for a lot of people. And as long as so many of them are holding to the kind of sense that you get out of like Yisrael Beitenu or Likud or whatever, it's not going to work. Their understanding of Zionism is incompatible with peace in every way. But there are forms of Zionism that are compatible with it, and those are the ones that I kind of see
I would
dominate
challenge
again.
most people who live in this dynamic or this zero sum thing where it's like you're either pro or anti Zionist is it's a self defeating situation, because the only path forward is with people who are obviously pro Palestinian and pro Israel, and aka pro Palestinian nationalism, pro Zionism, which is essentially Jewish nationalism. Those two ideas, as they're obviously right now, they're in total like contradiction, but it doesn't mean that has to be the situation moving forward. Like, obviously,
It doesn't
it
have
doesn't
to
have to
be.
be, but
Yeah.
there's,
It,
I mean, obviously in
yeah.
the current like PLO situation, there's, Jews are not allowed to live whatsoever. Versus in Israel, there's obviously 20% non-Jews, and um,
The PLO's not the PLO. The PLO's position hasn't been like that for a long time. The PLO's position was fully open to all of this, everyone staying since the 1970s.
Sure. Yeah, I'm not saying
I
they're
mean,
advocating for kicking
like
out Jews,
like like
but how many Jews do
the hummus lord. It's not
but how
yeah,
many
but
Jews,
but
for
but
example, does the PLO govern over?
yeah, and that's yeah exactly. They so and that reflects the fact that one actually has a sovereign state and the other doesn't. So there's no
Correct.
that you never had real interaction that way. So it's there'd be a steep learning curve on all
Sure.
sides to really kind of like
But
find a
how
way to
open would they
integrate.
be across the board? I mean, there's a reason why, like,
I don't.
like I,
I think there'd be problems with it on both sides. There, it's going to be it's going to be difficult for everybody to kind of
sure, but
shift the way they
I
think
would
about
pose
it.
a scenario. It's not even a scenario. This is reality that you've seen boots on the ground. When you take Israelis or you take Jews, like as soon as we're behind closed doors and we're able to have nice, polite conversation. I've done this myself, but for my security, when I stayed with Palestinian families in East Jerusalem, went to all the villages, and I was introduced as this is our half cousin from Wisconsin. He's Palestinian. They could never openly in the street tell people not only was I Israeli but even Jewish. And
Mm.
I've plenty of.
It's interesting because I have done it the other way around.
I would advocate to
And
be very careful for that. I wish it wasn't a situation, and
yeah,
but
no, it's I get that, but I think that and I understand the danger in some contexts, but honestly,
and I also I
I've
want to
been
add too, like the only type of Israelis who've been able, I imagine, to visit Palestinian villages governed under the PLO would be Israelis with dual passports.
no,
With Israeli passport.
the people, yeah, no, yeah, anybody can go in. They have signs telling you not to do it, but you can.
Sure,
You
sure.
absolutely
But
can
then
do
the
it.
issue becomes too, also, like if you happen to cross them through an Israeli security issue, like situation, and they find out that you're traveling on exclusively a Palestinian or exclusively an Israeli passport, then it's a big no. Like there's ways. I know that people have done it. I've done it before too, where you, as shitty as it
Yeah,
sounds, you would go through like settlement situations.
it's honestly gotten they've gotten fussier about it in more recent years. It used to be a lot easier just to straight up go and people weren't objecting. They would look at you funny, but it wasn't a big problem. It's gotten worse.
Mm-hmm.
So you do have to be more careful about it now for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah. I'll say
But I've honestly I have met people I have encountered and actually been in dust ups with really unfriendly people on both sides of this. I've encountered people in the territories who still have the idea that all the Jews have to go back to Europe, kind of,
even
really
which
sort of
is ignorant of the fact that most Jews in Israel are
they're
Mizrahi,
born
or
there.
born
I
there,
mean,
or they're have
yeah, I
Mizrahi
mean,
Sephardi.
yeah, and I exactly, and I've had those conversations with them many times, so I'm familiar with that
Honestly,
dynamic.
you're doing
But
God's
I've
work
literally,
for having
I've
those conversations too.
I've also been, I've also had settlers try to kill me,
Sure.
though. I mean, I had one like run me. I was run off the road and had to like dive down and roll down a hill to avoid being killed by a
Sure.
car, and I had another guy take a shot at me.
But if
So
you were to take the
some people
opposite,
are
like
genuinely
if I were to
awful.
walk into many cities, like come on, I couldn't
Yeah,
walk into
I
I
know
couldn't walk
exactly.
into
There are places
Nablus
where
with a
Palestinians would
yarmulke,
attack. I'm well
but
aware.
a Palestinian could easily walk
Yes,
around Tel Aviv with a keffiyeh, and it would not be. They wouldn't be.
yeah, it
They would
depends,
not be.
but not in some parts
They
of
would not be lynched.
Jerusalem.
Yeah,
So, and certainly not in, and he's certainly not going to go into like Emmanuel that way.
sure.
I
And
mean,
I'm not going to walk around a lot of parts of Jerusalem as a non-Hasidic Jew and not be be hated on. I get it. Yeah. Yeah.
right. Yeah. It really it depends upon where you are and who you're talking to. I've been in a lot of situations with Palestinians in the territories where nobody cares, at all. But I've been the same thing with tons of Israelis. But there's different places where you go with people that have very, hard views on this, and that it takes me always back to the question of how you frame nationalism. If you're talking about a kind of civic nationalism where you are asking for self-determination that doesn't take it away from other people, then great. There's tons of models for that. I mean, again, Belgium has three names, three national identities, and they all can live there. It's entirely possible to structure an environment where that can work. And actually, I don't know the name, but the other gal was just talking before, like Singapore is another fine example of that. You know,
Sure.
Malaysia. There's tons of places where Hong Kong, where people have come from different areas, settled in there over time, and found ways to live together, but they have to construct a different type of nationalism.
Well,
And
Hong
the
Kong, I
problem
thought
here
was
is
an
that
interesting comparison because one of the unknown naughty facts about Singapore in specifically was that their military was actually structured and set up by Israel covertly, like back when they were founding their state, because they said, "Hey, we're surrounded by Muslim countries. Who's got an indication how we can set up something similar?" But Singapore is interesting because they were like a state shunned by the region. They were completely like set aside and said, "No, don't touch them. Stay away from them." And in 2005, it was like the intention, like there was a process to begin this process with or without Oslo or without anything. We said, let's disengage from Gaza. That's going to seem to be,
that's a
of
complicated
course,
topic.
it's everything we're discussing right now is a complicated topic, but
Yeah, I
the
mean,
intention, I can just tell you as someone who's boots on the ground who was part of the mission to literally drag Israeli citizens out of Gaza, that the intention, or what we were told, what was the rhetoric, at least from the Israeli side, is we need to start some process. We need to start disengaging in some capacity. And the intention was like, and the possibility, of course, too, was that Gaza could have had the support of the international community, obviously of the local community as far as like Arab nations. There was a potential to build up this as the start of the process of the Palestinian statehood, where
sort
we're
of.
either a binational sin, but obviously things went off the rails, and I can
Yeah,
understand.
the trick there is, and again, where I come at this is from a lot of um, a lot of the stuff from inside government as well, instead of what they were saying that they were doing, because the disengagement and a lot of the arguments there, what did Sharon have in mind? The goal there was always something more akin to Bantustans than an actual state. They've never actually proposed or seriously considered a sovereign state. It would always have to be demilitarized, no control over its borders or airspace. It would essentially be a kind of colony with sort of like internal autonomy. And I don't think that
Sure.
that would ever have been tolerable to people. It,
I
it
think
gets
I
it
think
separates the populations. It cuts down the fights between, like, so Sharon's like trying to stop the fights between like settlers versus people in Gaza. You've got that, but it doesn't actually provide any kind of horizon for the people there. So
not in immediacy, but obviously that's a better solution than Israel being the complete or arbiter of everything that happens in Gaza. Like
in
the
that
the
sense, yes. So
the
autonomy is good,
yeah.
but autonomy alone, internal autonomy alone, but without any kind of sovereignty, isn't any kind of long-term solution anyway. And
I agree.
I've seen zero indication that that another sovereign state would ever be tolerated between the Jordan and the Mediterranean, which is one of the
Yeah.
reasons that I've never supported the idea of a two-state solution, because I view it as a kind of a scam. Because it's never been seriously proposed as another sovereign state. A partially sovereign state doesn't work.
No.
It's never going to leave people happy. They're always going to have a reason to be mad at you.
Yeah, I agree to that sense, and I see a lot of people commenting like I'm talking over you or being. I'm not trying to talk over your professor. I'm trying to be respectful as possible.
No, I get that. It's fine, and I'm trying not to interrupt either. You know, it's these are always like, it's a process. You just go back and forth, and
Yeah. So a couple points I just want to like touch upon with Gaza. Like obviously, it was a legitimate intention to kind of walk things back from Gaza. We didn't leave Gaza for some like spoiled weird planned where later we'll do this or do that. I see a lot of people saying, "Oh, well, there's this blockade. You block building materials, this and that." That you're putting the kind of the cart before the horse. Like there was things that happened in the interim here that we're just glossing over in that scenario. And I'm not saying you are, but I'm
Oh,
saying
sure.
people
And all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, but what was intended was that it was not going to be a sovereign state. That Israel
not in
would still
this.
control the coast and the borders and the
Uh-huh.
airspace. They would be left alone internally, but that's it.
Right, and I
Which
think
makes it,
you're gonna
which is
see
why
this.
I use the Bantustan parallel, because it's very much what South
Sure.
Africa was doing by creating, like, Xhosa and Zulu, like independent states. They weren't independent. They were just left alone internally.
Yeah. No, I see, and I think honestly, people aren't gonna like this. It's gonna be a bitter pill, but that's going to be the process that Israel or the heel that Israel is going to negotiate from, because there is a legit, whether you believe it's legitimate or not, in the minds of most Israelis, is legitimate until we see a situation like building blocks step by step where there is peace and there is security. Like as we start to do these withdrawal types, then there's no inspiration for us to continue with this dialogue. I feel like to give an example with
I
Gaza, with
with that
Gaza.
I'll see here. I'll throw you a bone. I
Okay,
agree with that, but it is an equal fear there too. They have no reason to trust Israelis at all.
no,
Like,
but
Israel
they
has
don't.
never given Palestinians a reason to trust them at
I
any
don't.
point.
I don't disagree with that. No, and I think if you want me as an
Can I say
Israeli,
something? But
yeah,
I don't
yeah,
want
of
to
course,
interrupt. Can I say something?
sure.
Yeah, sure. Adam, please go ahead.
All right. I was originally born in Palestine. I'm originally from Gaza. I got kicked out in '99. Um, I heard you say something, Ben. You said you went to the West Bank and they had to lie and say that you weren't an Israeli or any of that. That's false, bro. Like, come on, we're already getting criticized enough, you know. So let's not lie
No,
about that because they're under
I, I'm
occupation.
I'm I'm
Okay, so
I'm
I'm
not
just,
I'm not lying about that. I'm saying the
brother.
family
Can
that
I
I stayed
finish? I
with
don't want
from
to.
their
I just want
comfort.
to have a respectful debate with you. That's it. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
interrupt you.
So you're saying I'm lying. I'm not lying. I'm
No,
saying the
I
No,
didn't
no,
family.
call you
let's
a
not, let's not
liar.
say
I
it's
said
it's lying. I think what
I'm.
he's getting at is the same thing I was trying to say, that it's still going to vary on an individual. There are plenty of places where you would not have had to do that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I,
absolutely.
that's what
I
I'm trying to get at.
I acknowledge that. I said there was many
And
Palestinian
and
families
another
that invited me
point.
into their home and were respectful and lovely, and they knew I was Israeli. They knew I was Jewish.
right.
But on a
I
general
think he
statement,
just wants to reinforce that
the
even
fam,
in Gaza, there are places you could have gone. I've been in there too, and never had any problem at all.
so Adam, with total respect, I don't want to be argumentative. I'm just saying the family that I stayed with in East Jerusalem, out of respect for them, they told me not to say that I was Jewish and not to say that I was Israeli, and that they would tell people that I was their cousin, and that was their expectation from me. I didn't
Yeah,
make it adamant one
theirs.
way or the
Yeah,
other. And
right.
once we visited their cousins, we stayed in their homes. I got to know people. For my security, I would say I would blurt out in Hebrew, or when I heard people speaking Hebrew. But in the streets, I was just respecting their wishes when they told me, like, just be careful.
No, I
Yeah,
respect that, but what I'm trying to say is you can say that you're Israeli in there and nobody will touch you because the real reality of the truth is if somebody touches you, they're gonna get like what do you say? There's a lot of Mossad, all right? There's a lot of Mossad. I don't know if you know what a Mossad is, all right? So
they
there
will be
we
replying.
have a lot of Palestinian Mossads, okay? They're sellouts, just like the PLO. They're sellouts. They sold us out. They sold their land. Now, what I was trying to get at is you don't have to go to the West Bank and as an Israeli and tell people, "Oh, I'm a Palestinian." And that family did you wrong by doing that anyway, because you have every single right. See, what people don't understand about Palestine is not just for the Muslims, okay? We have
Mm-hmm.
Palestinian Christians, we have Palestinian Jews. Imagine Palestinian Jews. People didn't know that. I bet you they didn't know that.
Uh huh.
Um, we have every single religion in Palestine, so it's not just the state. Well, it was a state, but then we got stripped out of a state. It was a state, but now it's not a state. And then, like Ben, do you agree? Do you agree with one thing? Because I don't agree with this. Right? How
Sure.
how would you tell the Palestinian people drop the guns, okay, and all this other nonsense that they're telling them. All right, drop the guns and do this and that. And we can have guns. We can occupy you, okay? But you can't defend yourself. But it's okay if I throw a rock, right? If I throw a rock at a Jeep, you can shoot me, but I can't have a weapon. So a lot of people, like the Palestinians, the only reason Palestinians left is not because we wanted to leave. Most of us got forced to leave. 80% of Jordan is Palestinians. You got probably like 20% in Egypt. We were forced out of our own land, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? So as a Palestinian, it kind of sucks to hear people say when you guys come to our side, it's like, oh, you got to watch out. You got to do this. No. It's the opposite way, brother. It's the opposite way. When we come to your side, you're saying we can walk around and do. No, we cannot do that. Cause I go back and forth. I'm just saying, I go back and forth, and I'm really educated on my country, bro. You know why? Cause
Yeah.
I've been watching this so long. I've been alive I'm 28 years old. The war's been going on for 28 years since I've been alive. I don't think it's ever gonna end, to be honest with you. But
I'm
there was
36.
no
It's
such
been
thing as a two-way solution. There was no such
You
thing.
guys are making me feel old.
No, it's not. It's
Get
not.
it out.
sorry,
No
Liam.
disrespect, Liam. How old are you?
I'm 49.
You're 49. This war has been going on before that.
Oh God, yeah. I mean,
You
it's a lot older
that's
than
the
me.
sad part. There's no solution to this because
No.
they're telling us drop the guns, okay, and we'll leave you alone, right? But when do you rarely hear a Palestinian kill the Israeli, or even if they try their gun jams, they like you know what I mean? They barely have anything, man. It's sad as hell, honestly. You know what I mean? So they migrate, like they go to different countries and all that, not because they want to, but sometimes in life, man, when somebody keeps pushing you and pushing you and pushing you, you're just gonna get eventually irritated because you can't do nothing about it. You know what I mean? And for the
Yeah,
Palestinians,
I think Benito sees that. I mean, I think he understands why people push back and that there's a lack of trust on both sides.
yeah, it's like it's very hard. It's imagine this is what I'm trying to come at, Liam. What I'm trying to say is if you kill somebody's family, like what they're doing in Gaza right now, and that little boy survives, what is that little boy's intention going to be?
Are you asking me or
I'm
Liam?
at, just in general, Ben or Liam. What do you guys think
So-
the intentions of
I
that baby without a mom or dad?
oh,
Imagine,
I
oh
right?
yeah,
yeah,
A
I can't
yeah.
baby.
imagine
That's
it's well anywhere. I mean, that's like a common
the
standard across the world. Like you're obviously creating someone
You're
That
who's
is
just
yeah.
yeah.
a
that is
bitter.
why that I'm saying that
So you
when
believe
this
that
kind of killing unalive accumulate by both sides, it will escalate to the next generation and the next generation and next generation.
Which is
It
exactly.
has
why
been
this has
going on
gotten
for
worse.
75
Yeah,
years.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
That's my point.
I don't think
It,
So
there's either
what
people.
Israel's doing right now,
it
okay,
creates
instead of
generational trauma.
yeah,
Is the
what
problem, and
Israel's
it's
doing, whether
See,
people like it or not, it's true, and this is 100%. This is, but I'm not saying Palestinians are innocent either. Like I'm not up here just to defend my country. No. There's some stuff that we did that's wrong. I totally agree because you can't be a hypocrite in a topic like this. You know, there's both
Mhm.
people, there's both sides, there's innocent people that died. So we're Muslims. We don't condemn innocent lives going. Like we don't condemn that. That's 100% true. This is in our Quran. This is in everything. And then on top of that, it's like okay, what they're doing right now is not gonna. It's never gonna be peace no more. You just unalived almost. I'll say like realistically, the media doesn't tell you guys the whole truth. We get
Yeah.
we get other stuff. Realistically, there's about 15,000 dead. 50% of those, 50% of those are kids. I'm talking about under 3-4 years old. This is sad. This is crazy. So that little 3-year-old boy, when he grows up, his enemy is going to be Israel because they unalived his mom and dad. So now you're
Yeah.
just
It's a
building a
point. Yeah.
generation that's going to come up and just keep going and going and going. It's not going to
Which is
stop.
why this has gotten angrier with each generation, and it's going to keep. And the longer this goes on, the worse it's going to get. I make this point a lot of times
Yes,
to
sir. Yes.
Americans too, because it's similar to the whole like terror war nonsense that we have here. Like we have to go over there and fight people. Every single time you blow up a wedding and kill a bunch of people, you are creating more people who hate you and are going to want to fight back. So the
Yeah.
U.S. creates 99% of our problems in the world. We create intent, and you can't solve a problem that way. At some point, everyone needs to put the damn guns down,
Yeah.
and
Yes, sir.
as long as it's like only one side puts the gun down, it's never going to work. There has to
And
be a process to
and,
this.
and, and I want to be clear, Adam. Like we see a lot of people in these arguments have no direct anything in this conflict. They don't have family, they don't have friends, nothing. There's a lot of people who are passionate, but I'm not interested in rhetoric. I am interested in actual solutions and living with the people in that region. It's arguing and talking about history and having these heated debates is fine, but the reality is like I'd like to see a future where both people have dignity, have respect. What that means, I really don't care.
Thank you.
If it means for Palestinians to have two states, if it means eventually a single state with autonomy, and then there's blocks to change like how that works in the future, that I'm not smart enough to say I know exactly what the answer is, but I think the first stepping stone is to get past what you were mentioning. Like I've lost lots of family in this conflict.
Yeah, I'm not
I
gonna lie,
lost
brother.
friends recently on the
I
7th.
lost a lot too, and this war right here, this is
Mm-hmm.
probably one of the worst ones that we ever had. In 2021, it was bad. 2014 was probably one of the worst ones, but this one's a total genocide. Whether who wants to, whoever doesn't believe this is a genocide is crazy, to be honest, because there is so many people getting unalived for no reason. If you're aiming for a group, okay, if you're aiming for a group and you have the world's strongest technology, and you know what I mean, like let's just be realistic, okay? If you have the fourth world's strongest army, Israel is the fourth world's strongest army, so they
I don't
have
know if it's that
radars,
if it's
they
that
have
high.
night
I mean, as
vision.
like intelligence
No, no,
It,
no.
technology,
it,
sure, it's not that
it,
high. I
it's
mean, there's
it's not.
France, UK,
There's ways in which it's
US.
put that way. If you think about some of the high tech capabilities, yes, but Israel is still a small country, so
It's
it's not the
small,
fourth
but it
strongest
has one of the
military.
most. It has
But
one of
it
the
has,
most
but in
best
terms of some of its
militaries.
technical capabilities, it
I,
ranks. So
I,
it depends
I,
on which metric you use.
yeah, I'm as the Israeli like trying to downplay our fortitude. I'm not doing this out of a humble brag. Like I'm just saying legitimately.
No,
Like,
no, I'm not trying to talk down on you guys. I'm saying like
Yeah,
this.
no,
I'm
I
no,
know.
saying
I'm just
you
saying
guys have the most.
you're right. I'm just saying you're both right. It depends on which metrics they use because there are a lot of
Oh,
different ways
okay.
of looking at them.
I
Yeah. So
probably the fourth
what I
most
mean,
advanced
what
is
I
what we're
mean
getting
is
at.
Yeah.
instead of raining bombs, right? Instead of raining bombs like how they're doing on these innocent people, and I know
Hmm.
everybody sees the videos. Like, come on, you're telling me a 4-year-old had something to do with that invasion? And then everybody keeps going back to October 7th. Well, if October 7th never happened, this would have never happened. October 7th never. That was a military operation. That wasn't they didn't that people will like say that, oh, that was that you guys came in and you guys did this and you guys did that. That was a straight up, even a US Marine said what the age group did was a military tactic. They went in, they did what they had to do and left. A military
Had to
tactic.
do. Can we be a little bit more specific on the?
I'm not gonna say it had to do like specific
Okay.
look, because I'm not condoning what
From
they
their
did.
perspective, he means.
Like with all due respect, I'm saying it was a military. This is not for me. I quote.
Yeah,
Listen,
but
I
but
quote.
you can't
A
start you
U.S.
can't preface by
Marine, a
saying that
U.S.
like
Marine.
civilian deaths are horrific and then follow up by saying the attack on October 7th against civilian targets was justified. Like we can walk and chew gum at the same time. We
No,
can
no, no, no. Because
no
a
we
military
can we I can
operation.
acknowledge the suffering and the history of the Palestinians,
I
the
don't. I
innocent
don't
people
think he
dying
said
in
it was.
Gaza.
I don't think he said it was justified. I think he said it was a military act,
I
as in
said it's
in
yeah.
the same
If
way
you
that
would
like
let me, if you would let
militaries
me finish,
attack
Ben.
each other and cause civilian casualties all the time. You know.
If you would let me finish, Ben, you would understand what I'm trying to come at.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So
Proceed.
So the H group did a military operation. Here, let me be more specific. The H group did a military operation against what's it called? Because they had intelligence, I guess. You know what I'm saying? This was on the news. This was on Israeli news. Not our news. This was on you guys' news. They said that they were about to invade Gaza. So the age group did what they did, and nobody's saying they were justifying it, because look how many people we lost over that. And look how many people you guys lost. You guys lost 2,000 people or 1,400. I don't know what you guys' count is. I'm not gonna lie, because I look at our count, because our count is getting ridiculous. Okay, and there should be a ceasefire. It should have never got escalated to this point, you know, because now if you look at Gaza, it's literally rubble if you look at it. So, and the sad part is about that. The sad part is about that part that I'm telling you. U.S. Marine is the one that said that. This isn't coming from me. A U.S. Marine justified that the H group did a very, very good job. That's sad to say. Look, and I'm not condoning what the dude said, but they said that they operated in a very, very, very highly way. How they went in, how they went back out. You know what I'm saying? That's from a U.S. Marine.
Well,
So
if the
that
argument
doesn't
is if they were
justify. That doesn't. Hold
successful in
on. Let
their,
me finish, brother. That does not justify that they should have did that. Okay. I'm trying to
Yeah.
finish, so you don't take it to offense, please. And I
I'm not
promise I
offended.
was going on
I'm not
mute,
offended.
brother.
I mean, I have critique here, but
Yeah.
I'm not jumping to
Then
offense. Neither are you.
yeah. So then in operating that whatever they did to the Israelis and the festival and all of a suddenly now look how many casualties there is. So nobody's gonna sit there and tell you like, oh yeah, we're happy that they did this and then that. No, bro, no, we don't want this. We don't want this at all. But at the same time, when are you like I'm not saying you, I'm saying like the Israeli government, right? When are they gonna give the two state solution? When is this gonna happen? Well, why does it have to be in terms of their terms? Why can't it be on Palestinian terms? Why can't a Palestinian have his own opinion? Why can't a Palestinian go out and be what he wants to be? Why? Why do we have to live under occupation for this long? Okay, and if you want to be serious, right? We, the United States, because I'm an American Palestinian. I'm a U.S. citizen. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
I'm an American Palestinian. Even though I was born in Palestine, I got kicked out at the age of 6. You know, so then I came here, and then it's very hard when you get kicked out to get back in. I don't know if you know that, but you Israelis, you guys can leave and come back in however you guys want. It's crazy. It's like I have land. I have land, right? I have over 100 acres of land in the West Bank that I still own today, but I can't get down there to do anything with it because it got passed on through generations. To be exact, I even got paperwork. I was even gonna post all this stuff. And my grandfather's friends, I still remember my grandfather's friends, they were saying that they used to have Palestinian passports. Before the invasion, they used to have Palestinian passports. So we were a state. We were a government.
Well,
We were
as
everything.
issued by the mandate of Britain.
Right.
It wasn't like it was a territory. It was a mandate. It was like a government following the
No,
covenant
brother,
of the Ottoman
we were a
Empire. It
state.
wasn't. Well,
We
I
I
were
mean,
mean,
a state.
to be fair, the whole region didn't have this idealism of statehood. It was a region that had been passed through. I don't make the argument that Palestinians aren't a people from that place and that land. Like, but if you want to argue exact statehood, there was no Israeli state before
yeah,
48. There's no Palestinian state.
it was fashioned as a state by the mandate. It was legally a state at that point, but before that point, it only had like local forms of autonomy. There were local representative
We
forms,
had
but it was
Jewish
not a representative
residents.
state.
Yeah, of course,
We
Oh yeah,
had
but
Jewish
yeah.
residents.
but the British
We had Jewish
everything,
people riding around with Palestinian passports. Doesn't that
yeah,
make you a state?
in
Right,
Hebrew as well.
right, exactly.
The passport, the money,
It
the
was,
Palestine
yeah, again,
Post, the first newspaper was a Jewish newspaper. The Palestine Orchestra was a Jewish orchestra. A lot of people who originally used the term Palestine were not the actual Arabs living in the area originally. It was a name that
Okay,
was more
Ben, I have a
revived under
question.
the.
Do you believe
no,
that
the name actually goes way back before that. It was
Yeah,
also
I know it
Jewish
goes
by
way back,
design.
but Arab nationalism
it
wasn't
used to
really.
be called Syria Palestine,
Yeah,
if
by
you
the
want to go back
Romans.
that far. It used to
Yeah,
be
by the
called
Romans.
Syria Palestine
Syria,
and
Palestina.
yeah, Syria Palestine, sorry, but you know what I mean.
I think
And
one
Yeah,
thing. Okay,
I don't like to get
sorry,
into the semantics about the name. Like
sorry to
I'm not trying to
Yeah,
Sorry, go ahead.
we're getting
sorry, sorry
sidetracked
for
on this
interrupting.
stuff anyway.
The only thing that I feel over here, right, for both parties is that Israel have to acknowledge that Palestine do exist before your guys come over. That is the one thing that I spoke a lot of people in Israel or USD. They just simply ignore that, oh, there's no state for Palestine. That is the real thing. And a lot of things that your guys could not come in agreement is there's a lot of unjustified acts on both parties. Like, for example, the Nakba that your guys killed in 1940s. Okay. and you come up with a lot of reasons, say that, oh, because we have to actually get this land, etc., etc. That was actually an act for my older ancestor. It is nothing to do with us, etc., etc. These things you have to acknowledge that. That's why a lot of people get pissed off. You got me?
I hear you. I see what you're saying, but I'm trying to see what like exact question you want to respond to directly. But do I
Sorry, your
acknowledge there
voice
was?
have a lot of static. Are you using something or electric?
I'm sorry. Oh, okay. I think we lost her. Adam, I'd be more interested in having some direct dialogue with yourself. Like, for me, as someone who's Israeli who has a future or a hope in this whole messed up situation, I, I'll be the first to say, like, I mean, I don't think you're gonna have a lot of Israelis that come to you and say, look, like, I want to see a future where I don't want to see a future where there's anyone get pushed off or kicked out of their homes or forced to leave or in conflict ever again. But the question is, like, what's the rhetoric? We have to stop seeing each other as a boogeyman in each other's story as a villain. And like, you can't have peace until I'm gone. And Israelis have to stop seeing Palestinians as to give you an example, like if an Israeli is in a rage anytime they see a Palestinian flag or starts screaming anytime someone says, "Oh, I'm Palestinian," there was a state. It's silly. It's like we have to acknowledge that both people are here. Both people are here to stay.
Right.
And what does that mean? And how can we start? And it's not going to come from the government, to be honest.
It's going to come from the civilization.
It's going to come from the people, and it has to come from people saying, "Hey, I don't want to kill you. You don't want to kill me. Let's start there." And until we have like that type of dialogue, like in the region, I think it's pretty futile. And I'm not putting blame on Palestinians. I think it's crazy. Like, I think there's a lot of onus on both sides, but we have to come from a simple place, which is both people are people.
Your mic is a lot
Your
of
mic
static.
is, your mic
A lot of
is.
static. We can't hear you.
Is it better now? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right there, yeah. We're just getting
Okay.
staticky.
Yeah, I guess my main thing is just starting with the building block is we are both here. No one's going anywhere. There's not a future in that region without one or the other. Because what I've really, really been like disgusted with ever since this recent bout of everything is a lot of people jumping the same dialogues like, oh, they all have to go. All the Jews have to go. And then it's like they make it a zero-sum game. Because then I see a lot of people on the other side is like, oh yeah, push them all out to Egypt or push people out to Jordan. And it's like it's unhelpful for actually creating a solution where both people feel, I don't know, a sense of security and dignity would be the two main things.
So like on that note, right? It's very, very complicated to end what started because this has been for generations. This has been since 48, right? So it's going to be very, very hard.
Before, yeah, I would argue even like in the
it is.
early 1900s.
It's technically from the 21s, from 1921. Technically, okay. Yeah. I want to bring up a point to you.
Sure.
There's a map. Okay, the Jews got kicked out of every continent there was, almost every single continent, right?
Antarctica, we're still cool.
Well, like the list. You should know.
I'm just
know the background.
Bad joke. Sorry.
I think it's Basim who shared it on BBC. There's a map that he shared. You can actually do the video. Yeah.
That's what I was gonna go to.
Yeah,
but
I mean, like
Bassem showed a map. Bassem showed a map, right? You guys got kicked. Are you Israeli, Ben? I don't know. I don't want to disrespect. Are you Israeli?
I was. I am. I was born in Israel. I grew up in the States, like yourself, and I live in Mexico currently.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is, Bassem showed a map. Okay, a lot of people didn't know this. Us Palestinians, we know this though. We know all this stuff. We actually wanted to know what's the big deal. Like Palestinians research. Why did you do this? Why did you do that? And we have grandfathers, right? So when I asked my grandfather my grandfather passed away in 2003. He was born in actually 2002. Sorry, and he was born in I think, if I'm not mistaken, either 21 or 22, 1921 or 22. So he was a part of the invasion and all that. And I never took it serious about the stuff that he said. He used to tell me that the Israelis, when they came in, they weren't called Israelis. They were called Jews, okay?
Hmm.
And then they came in and proposed themselves as the chosen ones when Britain brought them over. And
Yeah.
hold
Okay.
on one
Sorry.
second. One second, please. And then they got kicked out of all these continents. My grandfather told me this, and I didn't believe it until I seen the map. When I seen the map, you guys were kicked out of so many different places, okay? And then you guys end up in Palestine. And then when you guys end up in Palestine, no disrespect, like I said, this is not with no disrespect at all, so don't
Yeah.
take this to offense. You guys
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
come slaughter the shit out of us. You know what I mean? Like, you guys come slaughter us, kick us out of our homes. I'm originally from Gaza. I can't even get in Gaza because they built a wall. And if I want to go down, I got to get investigated for over probably,
Well,
like, I'll say 72 hours, I think.
well,
Just,
can I?
oh, what are you doing? What are you going? Where are you going? Why are you going here? What are you doing there? What are you
Right.
doing there? Okay. Now, when I come to United States, okay, for example, when I come to United States or I travel around the country, you know, I don't get asked all these questions when I pull out my American passport, right? But now when I
Hmm.
pull out my Palestinian passport, and I tried this, and listen to this, Ben, listen to this. There's a chain that we wear, okay? It's Ayat al-Kursi. It's called Ayat al-Kursi. It's a prayer. It's a Quran prayer, right? I
Hmm.
was
So you count
traveling
the
from,
beads, or
yeah, with the beads. I was traveling from with one of my buddies, and he's white. He's 100% American, everything, right? And we were going to Colorado together. So we go, and then I'm wearing this chain, and I got jewelry on top of that. Okay, so they didn't look at the jewelry or nothing. They didn't even tell me to take the jewelry off or nothing. You know what they told me to take off? They told me to take off the beaded chain, right? And they looked at it, right? After they looked at it, they told me, "Can you step to the side?" I stepped to the side. They did a bomb test on me. Imagine this. They did a
in the
bomb test
U.S.
on me.
or
So in the U.S., yeah, this is in the U.S. They did a bomb
yeah.
test on me because it came up that, when you scan the passport, it shows where you're really from. So I was like,
Yeah, and your U.S.
you just let
passport, it says
every
your
single,
place of birth.
yeah. So then I'm like, you just let all these people walk, and I look just like an American. I'm an American. I speak. You hear how I speak. I don't speak
Yeah.
not an American. I'm like, you stopped me, and you did a bomb test on me for what? He's like, oh, it's just for measures, for measures. I'm
All
like,
right. Well,
okay.
yeah.
So I told my friend on the way back, can I do a test? I swear, I was like, can I do a test? Can you wear it? As a white man, can you wear it and you walk through TSA, and can we see if they stop you and do it? But check this
Well,
out.
to have the
I
fair
was I
scenario,
was
you would have to be a white man from like Albania or the Caucasus or something, and yes,
No,
they would
it doesn't matter.
most likely
He's
scam.
white, brother. He's white. It's the same
Yeah,
thing.
but
You know
there's
what I
like
mean? He's
white
white.
Muslims from like Central Asia who would probably, if they
The
scam.
guy, the
Look,
guy, the
I'm
guy, the guy has a Chicago ID. Yeah,
yeah,
he's
yeah,
he's
but
he's
Adam,
he's, he's a
I feel like
Chicago
we're
resident.
we're jumping forward way too far, and like a bunch
No,
of
no, no.
points are
I
being.
just want to explain to you something, like, so you can
I want.
understand the way. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't understand when I get to the point why you always try to. Can I just tell you the point so you can understand it?
Yeah,
So I'm
sorry.
saying,
No, the phone died. the the charger I had plugged. I don't know if anybody can hear me. The charger I plugged into it wasn't charging fast enough, so I had to switch to something else to try and bring it back up. But if you guys can hear me, you could probably come back in. But I can't. I don't see anybody under the guest thing to bring them onto the little boxes. I don't know what the hell that stuff's called yet. But you're apparently in the chat because you're typing, but I can't bring you up. So I don't know what that is. Maybe you do have to pop back out of the live and back in or something. I have no idea. Oh yeah, that's a good one too. Then okay, so maybe Benito, maybe you and I and Adam and anybody else can talk again. This is fun. There was some things I wanted to suggest as far as like neat sources if anyone was interested based on some of the things we were talking about. But I guess I can save all this junk for another day. But yeah, the guest box thing is not working. I came back and hit resume for the existing live, so it brought everybody back into it, but it's not. Maybe if I see, you're saying if I close the live and then restart it completely, it might work. Well, I don't know if Adam and Benito want to go anyway, maybe we can just do it a different day. Well, okay, I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna close this out, and then you guys can hop back in and see, and maybe you can at least say goodbye and not be cut off so abruptly. We can take a shot at it anyway. Oh no, wait, it's starting to work again. There's a okay, so I can see.
Oh, it is starting to come back up.
Yeah, I think they have spoken something sensitive regarding the
No, it
whole.
was it was my battery. The phone died. My battery's at 1%. So I switched to a faster charger, and it's so far holding it, but it could cut us off at any point. So,
I see.
But where I had it plugged in was not quick enough for how fast it was going down.
I see. Yeah, you have to actually plug the power plug in. Because when
Yeah, I had power in, but it wasn't. Apparently, this is probably too slow a charging block, so I switched to a different one.
Yeah, we know that TikTok actually takes up a lot of battery when it holds. Yeah. Especially
and this has been going for a while. So, but either way, we probably should. It is getting late anyway. We probably should just pick up another time. But I did send a little friend request or whatever to you guys, so we can try and keep in touch. We can try these things again.
Yeah, definitely, brother. Thank you. I followed you as well. I followed you.
Right on.
I follow you,
let's
Adam,
let's do this again. There's a lot of fun threads we can pick up here.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, no, this was a very peaceful talk, and I appreciate it, for real. I appreciate you guys letting me even come up and speak.
I think Ben is putting the request right now.
I thought he said
it shows Ben's up here.
Yeah.
It says he was there, but he said before that he was getting late, but I don't see the way to bring him into the box again. No, yeah, he's going to bed. Okay, yeah, that's why.
Oh, okay. I see.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah, so yeah, and yeah, we might as well just. It's after 2 a.m. I only had 3 hours of sleep anyway. I should probably go to sleep.
Yeah, you guys should go and sleep because right now my time is evening. I should go for my dinner.
All right, Liam. All right, guys.
But anyway,
have a good night.
Yep, there'll be other times. I'll be back.
Okay, see you there.
See you guys.
Have a good night, folks. Good day or whatever.
Yeah.